Alrighty, chat. How are we doing today? Thank you also, by the way, Carnell. You are over on Twitch. Yes, Terran Ambassador. I'm going through all of that. Draxus Stormscale, that seems like a medical problem you should get looked at. Hello, dog. What? You were just sleeping, dude. What the fuck? I gave you food. What do you want from me? You just want pets. You just want pets. Going beige court today? No, this is actually like a light pink. You just can't really tell on camera, I guess. Mike is still quiet? Okay. Mike is quiet? Okay. Alright, that should be a little bit better. Yeah, I'm gonna look up some stuff because I have been very busy. I'm very tired today, so if I am in a slightly crabby mood, that's why, because I've just gotten done spending 6 hours or so 6 hours or so working on the Destiny piece. And it might end up... The Destiny piece might end up being my, like, longest one so far. As far as, like, deep dives go. Because it is currently sitting around an hour and a half, and I'm not even halfway through the script. Sorry, my words are not wording today because I am like I said, very tired. It has been a long day of just listening to Destiny and covering Destiny and all that stuff. Hello dog. Hello dog. How is everybody else doing today? On this fine Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. I'm losing my track of time. Thank you. This is actually Koa's jacket. They gave it to me and I kind of figured I'd do like a little... I honestly, I just threw it on because I wanted kind of a cute fit. And like I said, I have not... I didn't put any work into like any makeup or straight up anything today. I am just here because I'm supposed to be streaming. Yeah, the weather is... Oh, I know there's no chat. There's usually not chat on my main one. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to go take care of something and I'll be right back. Carnal, for the record, if you need a mental health break, people would understand. I cannot. I need to keep my momentum going. Okay. Let's go right into it today. Oh, hell yeah. Ambire Uwu was outside the Supreme Court yesterday protesting with my best friend and other friends made libs of TikTok and Riley Gaines pretty angry with our flag. Hell yeah. Yeah, I know the, like, libs of TikTok thing... Jesus Christ, Nom forever. Flipping the golden choco for a lot of product and 48K? Dog, what? Chuno dear, hello, very pretty today. You're always pretty, Juno. You're a blazing star shining. Thank you, Nordkai. I don't know about that. Yes, reports of fighter jet heard over eastern Iraq. So Iranian airspace is let me see if I can find good coverage on YouTube, because a lot of the on the ground and leftist coverage right now is going to be focused on Minnesota, understandably. Oh, there I am. Homeschooling should be illegal. Did I see the French embassy in US's tweet? No. Let me. Let's do. Hilarious that Trump is urging more protests. The Iranian government is doing public execution, and that's the exact same thing we're doing. Like that is just word for word the terrorism that is happening alive right now in Minneapolis. Yeah, the official embassy stuff is like, I'm so tired. It's something I've noticed a lot where I'm so tired of people, just everybody fucking posting now. Like it first started with brand accounts a couple years ago where, you know, it'd be Little Debbie or fucking Planters Peanuts or whoever would, you know, have a tweet and they would be like, oh, this week has been fire on fleek for real, dog. And everybody would roll their eyes collectively and be like, oh, fuck, okay, the meme's over. You know, as soon as fucking Mr. Clean puts out a meme that's like, there goes dat boy, everybody's like, fuck it, pack it up, we're done here. And then now just every official government agency posts like that. Every official government apparatus, it doesn't matter if it's a fucking French embassy, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, an intelligence agency, everybody just, the second there's a new meme template, it is just, like, what's the fucking latest one to come out? The White House did that 4-panel one that came out. Ugh. Yeah, Wendy's catching smoke with Burger King. Airspace closure ends in 2 minutes.
You can see Iran's airspace is pretty cleared out on Flight Radar 24. 2 minutes and 8 seconds until the closure ends. Hey, thank you to Andrew Colvin and Damon Melody. Thank you. Also, CC on Twitch for your support. I'm going to do a quick check and just make sure there's no more airspace closure.
That includes the son of the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba. They have successfully managed to transfer $1.5 billion to escrow accounts in UAE, in Dubai. They've been doing that over the past 2 days.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Lady Addis, I was going to put that in the thing for to talk about today, but we have plenty of other stuff going on. Ambire, there is a mass uprising, and I don't know if it's technically a revolution, yet, but there has been a lot of protests against the Iranian government in the last couple weeks, to the point where they are. Again, it's really hard because of Iran's placement in the Middle East and as an enemy of Israel, as a Muslim state, an enemy of Israel. It is really hard to trust a lot of the news coming out that, again, is not coming directly from. Did I swap browsers? No. I have not. No, as usual, I've been too busy to do anything but just work. And so I have not done any of the upkeep stuff, so sorry. It is hard to get a handle on what's really happening there. I saw somebody, and I have a hard time believing this because it seems insane. But I saw somebody saying that, like, there are tens of thousands of civilians dead in Iran, which I didn't see any sources for. I didn't see any citations for. So I wanted to keep tabs on this. And this looks like from somebody who is actually in there.
Crazy people. Absolute insanity. There was supposed to be martial law. Seriously, what is going on with these guys? Now, there isn't really much to do anymore in Iran. So considering that there's lack of water, electricity, there are no banks, no money, no financial, no ATMs, no jobs, no businesses, no shops open. What did you think was going to happen if you impose martial law? People will have nothing else to do anyway, and they're angry. They're not going to go home. They're going to stay out. They're going to keep fighting. And if you try to control certain parts of the cities, which they've been trying to do, well, people are going to go somewhere else. They are no longer just targeting one city, like the capital, in the center. They are targeting every city in every part. When they don't see the regime forces in a place.
No, I didn't say welcome to Iran. I didn't say that the guy's inside Iran, but this is obviously somebody who is talking about coverage actually inside Iran.
They're just going to take over. And it's completely paralyzing the whole system. And the rest of the security forces are nowhere to be seen. That's why they had to bring in the Arab proxies, mostly from Iraq. It's embarrassing for the Islamic Republic.
Yeah, exactly, Canadian Goose. The only numbers of deaths I saw like that was from CBS, which, like, literally anything coming out of CBS right now, I think is just total bullshit. Like, they have proven in such a short time, I don't think I've ever seen such a rapid degradation of public trust in any private news agency as what's happening with CBS, because they have proven themselves so quickly to be a public arm of propaganda, even more so than most other, because like the news always has a culpability and always has like manufactured consent for wars and shit, and we saw that with the Washington Post, New York Times, all this stuff with ranging from Venezuela to stuff with Iran right now to Palestine. That's not surprising. It is just how in lockstep they are. It literally appears as though they get their directives directly from like Miller or Trump. 2,000 civilians have been killed, though. I would believe that. I mean, like, I don't know. I would believe that before that there are tens of thousands. $20. Thank you very much, CR Rent. Hey, DD, I just saw the notification if you're live. I really want to watch tonight, but I don't have the strength for politics. That said, I wish you a nice stream. Thank you so much, CR Rent. I appreciate it.
That they have managed to F this up so badly, even from their own perspective. Now, the state of the streets.
Tike pare. Go learn that. Go learn that. That's Persian. Tike paratun mikonim.
I will say I do not know this person. I do not know their politics, and I'm trying to get a feel for which way they're leaning in this.
برو زوزه بکش بیشرف تیکه پارتون میکنیم. All right, anyways, that's all I want to say. I'm going to get back to eating my dinner, and we're going to go back to 2CTV. So there you go. See you guys soon.
Forward, there we go. These are the vehicles linked to the IRGC thugs. Did someone say, Someone asked, "Are you Kurdish?" Do I look Kurdish? Well, I take it as a compliment. No, ethnicity-wise, I'm a Persian Iranian from Tehran, but yeah, we don't have any links to the Kurdish side or Azeri side, or yeah, crazy. Also, if you're waiting for the actual detailed explosion videos, that's going to take a while because internet shutdown in Iran. There's not going to be anybody.
All right, I'm gonna look
posting
really
that for a
quick.
few
One of my
hours
mods
anyway,
has some
but,
more stuff in the Discord for me to check out, so I'm gonna look at that really quick.
Is now out already before the footage gets released. But we can also go to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who met with Lindsey Graham earlier. Let's see what they had to say.
Senator Lindsey Graham here with the Crown Prince.
Yeah.
Looking a little.
I have followed you.
It's
your passion.
It is so funny to me, low key, to see multiple heads of state, not heads of state, but like multiple princes who are just old as shit. Like I don't know why. I think that's so funny in like monarchy systems.
The way you articulate the hope of your people, it will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next leader. I can't wait till they have a chance to do that. But you are really risen to the occasion, compelling narrative for the long-suffering people of Iran. And I believe with all my heart that help is on the way.
Senator,
that's earlier on.
Thank you so much for all your words of support for my compatriots in the darkest time in our history. But hopefully, as we say in Iran, in Farsi, the end of the dark night is light. And this is probably the first time we are so close to victory. You witnessed the resilience of my compatriots. They're fighting a brave fight, and any solidarity can only help them achieve that goal sooner. I've been committed to this all my life to serve my nation, and hopefully, as the Senator just said, we hope that the Iranian people will this time have complete freedom and the choice will be theirs. We are here to serve them, to make that choice in freedom, and that's my commitment. And thank you for your support, Senator.
Thank you. And President Trump, thank you for picking the people over the Ayatollah. You're the first one to do that. Thank you for acknowledging that the only way you can make Iran great again is for the protesters to win over the regime. And I believe that day is at hand. And to the American
That's
people,
fucking...
It matters to us.
Is that a motherfucking Make Iran Great Again hat?
Have American blood.
DC Comics Kindle, thank you very much for $1. What? That is... That's fucking crazy, dude. All right, there we go.
On their hands. And the people protesting in the streets could be our best friends. God bless them.
God bless the United States of America and the American friends, and God bless the Iranian people.
Amen.
So, as the airspace, I'll show you again what's going on over here. Oh, that one's back. Why is that one appearing out of nowhere? Still don't know what that one is, but the Mahan Air planes from China are getting closer to the capital. Everything else is now off. The airspace is now fully closed, apart from the two domestic ones. There is a lot to cover. As you can see now, the Americans are launching towards Iran. The Israelis are also preparing, and I've just lost my face. That's lovely, isn't it? I'm back, and I was literally about to fix this. That's why I came on the screen. It's like I got magic. So what is going on? The street battles continue. As I said, the energy has not gone down. The propaganda from the Islamic Republic has...
Well, El Salve, if I'm remembering correctly, and I get, granted, this is off the top of the dome, I could be entirely wrong about this. I get some of these, some of the political alignments and affiliations mixed up. But El Salve saying apparently the Islamic Republic of Iran actually tolerates trans people to have sex change operations. If I'm remembering correctly, it is more that if you are trans, you are mandated to have that. Like you literally have to. Otherwise, I believe it is some form of conversion therapy. I have not. Again, I understand I'm walking a dangerous tightrope by making that assertion and just saying that. So I do encourage everybody, as fucking always, to go, look into it yourself. But that's what I think is the case.
Failed over the last couple of days by pretending that the uprising has been defeated. This video we've just received.
Exactly. Gay people are mandated to transition. Okay. I was right about that. All right, really quick, I want to take a break from this to go over here to two things that have been shared. Excuse me. By the way, Islamic Iran forces continue to conduct operations within Iran against the U.S., British, Israeli-affiliated armed forces. I'm muting this. I do not need the fucking Call of Duty music for this shaky ass night cam. Gee, okay. I don't know if that showed what I fucking thought it did. Jesus Christ.
ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Now redeploying to the Middle East. This is the CENTCOM. They're going to the CENTCOM area for the operation against the Islamic Republic.
Is it not live anymore?
29 fighter jets themselves that have scrambled and taken off. Have a look.
Jesus Christ.
So Thursday, early morning. Well, time zone right now in Iran is basically early morning. I do believe these are, from what we're hearing, obviously, most likely the Iranian, the Islamic Republic, MiG-29 fighter jets, not necessarily the US ones. But as you can see, the United States have now launched, are launching against the Islamic Republic. The airspace is fully closed, and the actual latest videos of any potential explosion is going to be, of course, delayed because of the internet situation.
Armin, look at that!
It's crazy. Look at, what are those two planes doing?
Doesn't this look like it's happening?
Awesome Stella, dead domain. The U.S. airbase in Qatar has been evacuated all day. That tracks. Qatar is over here in Iraq, I believe. Let me make sure Qatar. At least. Country. Never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. What am I thinking of? Key U.S. advised to evacuate. Yeah, don't listen to me. What did I just tell everybody? What was I thinking of? Was I thinking of Fallujah because my brain is still stuck in Afghanistan war research mode from the other day. Fallujah is in Iraq. Al Udeid is the base inside Qatar. Okay. All right. Anti-government demonstrations. Deadly crackdown on protesters in Iran. A senior official in Tehran brought up the country's retaliatory attack in June. I think you just told everybody that you don't do geography because I don't know where one country is. Okay. The anti-government demonstrations in nearby Iran began in late December. Trump has said he's willing to conduct military operations if the Tehran government continues, to kill and arrest protesters. Trump said Tuesday he believes the killing is significant. That his administration would act accordingly. He has noted that he was cutting off the prospect of talks with Iranian officials and told Iranian citizens, quote, that help is on its way without giving more details. Oh, okay, April Varon, thank you. It's hard. I'm a little pissy today because and I generally try not to let shit bother me, but the fucking featherweight video has a lot of people just acting in the worst faith possible in my mentions. And it just pisses me off.
I checked the millions of messages I get on Instagram. The airspace was closing. Yes, we knew that from a couple of hours ago. The IRGC had a plane for 6 hours. Yes, I know. We at 2CTV are literally on top of everything. We have our team and myself keep an eye on everything throughout the day. We also have our sources as well across the world, including in Iran. Thank you. I saw 3 Mahan airplanes and 1 disappeared. Oh, so there were 3. Well, I've only been seen 2 in the last.
It's interesting. Somebody said, I believe it was him that said that one of these is Chinese. Which I find particularly interesting right now because there were Chinese ambassadors in Venezuela when we abducted Maduro. There's no plan for executions, referring to the death sentence of 26-year-old Irfan Sultani. Sky News has reported was not executed. Trump has threatened military action if any executions took place. Oh, no shit? He's one of many thousands of protesters who've been arrested. Italy and Poland tell citizens to leave Iran immediately. That's bad. And the fact that Italy, Poland, Spain, and the UK, everybody is telling people to get out of Iran feels horrible. Exercise full restraint from violence. U.S. military appears increasingly likely. So the thing is that Iranian internet is completely locked down right now.
Freedom you are looking for. Well, we cannot wait until the Americans hit, but for now we see the launching, as we said. All the best from Germany. Let Iran be free, and let's hope that Europe be free from communist regimes, internal and external, and of course also Islamism. That would be nice to get rid of that. Where were those? Where were these so-called fighter jets in the war? Up in the air. They're not going to have the radars on. That's the problem. They turned it off. Who needs sleep?
Okay, so I think 2C's done with the news because he's just going to the super chats.
Yeah, that was. I ain't gonna lie. That's a little. That's hey. That's the clearest indication we've had of where their head's at, and that's woof.
This is a new song. This is a new song. This is the This is the song from one of my personal favorite movies. And one of my favorite movies.
Okay, I just want to see the Iranian coverage. All right, Iran time 4 a.m.
Okay.
Washington,
The poll
D.C.
question is, when will the U.S. attack? The options are tonight, tomorrow, later, and never. Now, never is not in the next 300 years. Let's say that never is, in the near future in response to the protests. YouTube, the vote is on YouTube. So far, 28% say tonight.
All right. U.S. and U.K. have evacuated personnel from a Qatar military base, which is what people were talking about earlier. Concerns Washington might soon launch military action, which could trigger retaliatory strikes against the base. Trump has warned he could take very strong action, which has killed thousands, say rights groups. The U.S. president urged Iranians yesterday to, quote, keep protesting, saying help is on the way without elaborating further. So the dude who is in charge of the most powerful military in the world and also one of the worst keeper of secrets on the fucking planet is almost certainly, so much for no new wars. That's crazy. The flow of information coming out of Iran is still piecemeal due to the internet blackout, although death toll updates and reports of barbarous state violence have emerged in phone calls. Let me look up. All right, here we go. From the BBC. No, this is exactly what we were talking about. CBS News, over 12,000 feared dead. And then BBC, more than 2,000 reported killed. And the difference there is that with CBS currently acting as an arm of the propaganda mill, that is drumming up public support in America. Which is ironic as hell, because it's the kind of story that you super publicized, you hit really hard to drum up public support for U.S. intervention in Iran. It's the kind of thing that, when people talk about why wartime presidents can be more popular or they might get, an uptick in approval, it's because there is a lot of this interceding, what's the word? Running interference for the government, or from the government with the media. Which I can see Trump thinking currently would be a good idea simply for poll numbers. That's the only real reason I could see him, because I truly don't believe that is a man who has no interest in any other human in mind outside of himself. Add with the Pen 21. Thank you very much for tier 1 subby. Iranian Socialist, glad to have you here. Anger Farts TV. I think I'm glad to have you here. Thanks for following. Mr. Dread 000, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, Mossad and CIA are actively operating also, which is it's pre-Iraq war manufactured consent stuff. Yes, it is. It's doubly frustrating right now because of what we're going to talk about in Minneapolis, where the entire city seems to be under some kind of siege from ICE. Where we have shit going on in our own country that, if we weren't America, would be used as an excuse to invade us, and then we are doing the same fucking thing to other countries right now. Wizard of Cause, launching wars at home and abroad will give him pretext to do things like suspend our rights and elections. Yeah. Oh, Mabs Alicorn. How's Lux doing? I thought it was going by Moss. Is that still right? Or did it end up being a down the middle type thing? All right, so let's go to BBC really quick. Nehemia, thank you very much for $10. But you see, if Harris were president, things would be different. We'd have the most lethal fighting force on the planet. Also, social justice, when the forever war would be led by a woman. Oh, man. Going through Destiny video today. And there was a whole thing where he had a debate with Owen Schroyer where he fucking destroyed Owen Schroyer, which not too hard to do, but for somebody who's actually good at debating like Steven, just fucking embarrassed him. But he ended by talking about how we need to, galvanize around Kamala, because this was 2 years ago. and make sure that she's, and then once we've got that, the Democratic Party, we can cut off all the crazy campus lefties who don't know anything and launch them into the sun or whatever he said. And it's just like, dude. Alrighty. More than 2,000 people reportedly killed at Iran protests as Trump says help is on the way. The guy who played Mini-Me? Who are you talking about? It had so far confirmed the killing of 1,850 protesters, 135 people affiliated with the government, and 9 uninvolved civilians, as well as 9 children over the last 17 days. But that terrorist, an Iranian official, told to. So I'm willing to bet that 2,000 is probably right. And again, this is a guide. Let the parallels between what's happening in Iran, between a totalitarian government, and what's happening in America, between a growing totalitarian government, serve as a good look at the gray moral spaces of international politics, where an Iranian official told Reuters that 2,000 people had been killed, but terrorists were to blame. And you're like, oh, okay, well, if you are sitting there thinking, well, what's the truth between here's a human rights agency and 1,850 protesters? Okay, so were they killed by the government or were they killed by terrorists? Terrorists were to blame. And they didn't even say that terrorists killed them. Terrorists were to blame. So I want you to then think about what we are seeing right now with Minneapolis, with Tom Homan going on mainstream news and telling you, hey, the violence is going to keep escalating until the protests stop. You need to tone down the rhetoric. Otherwise, the ICE officers are going to keep doing this. It doesn't sound so different. Act accordingly. Help is on its way. MEGA. Fucking hate that shit so fucking much. Protests, which have reportedly spread to 180 cities and towns in 31 provinces, were sparked by anger over the collapse of the Iranian currency and soaring cost of living. Whew, you really... Oh, man. I know Trump doesn't have the, reflection, the cognizance to go into this and look at it through the lens of, damn, this is looking bad for me. But he should be. Right now, he should be looking at what's happening in Iran with absolute fear in his heart. Another group, Norway-based Iran Human Rights, meanwhile said it had confirmed the killing of at least 734 protesters. Its director, Mahmoud Amiri Moghadam, told AFP news agency that the figures were based on information received from fewer than half of the country's provinces and fewer than 10% of Iran's hospitals, adding the real number of those killed is likely in the thousands.
Anti-government demonstrations have been raging for weeks across Iran, with thousands of people taking to the streets. The government has imposed an internet blackout, but we've already seen evidence of the government's violent crackdown. The US-based human rights group Harana says nearly 500 protesters have been killed since protests began, with other activists saying the true figure could be much higher. Several videos believed to have been filmed on Friday have emerged showing rows and rows of dead bodies in a mortuary in Tehran. We've blurred these videos because many of the body bags are open. We've counted at least 180 bodies from just one mortuary. What appear to be friends and family members walk through the bodies to identify their loved ones. We know this is the mortuary because of identifiable features which have been matched to publicly available images. Verified footage like this shows thousands of people out on the streets of major cities and towns across the country, shouting "Death to the dictator" and calling for the downfall of the regime. Videos of security forces opening fire towards crowds of protesters have been circulating online. BBC Verify and BBC Persian have analysed more than 200 videos of anti-government demonstrations in more than 67 towns and cities across the country. We've only...
All right, somebody talking about Kuwait. All right, U.S. Embassy in Kuwait directs its staff to comply with the temporary suspension of movement. The U.S. Embassy is closely monitoring ongoing regional tensions. Out of an abundance of caution, the U.S. Embassy had advised its personnel to exercise increased vigilance, has instructed mission personnel to comply with the temporary halt to movement into facilities at Camp Arif Jan, Camp Buring, Ali Al-Salam Air Base, and Camp Patriot. Access to those facilities is limited to essential personnel only at this time. Given the complex and rapidly changing security environment, we urge U.S. citizens in Kuwait to exercise increased vigilance and personal security awareness. Not just like people in Kuwait, just U.S. citizens.
Some of our viewers, like YUH, think it'll be on the weekend, so it won't impact the stock market as much.
Here's the thing, that's actually not too far. I could see that happening. Stock market today. Tech sell-off weighs on NASDAQ. Precious metals scale new peaks. Dow Industrials. Yeah, today was not an amazing day. Leading declines as NVIDIA and other chip stocks such as Broadcom traded lower. Trump admin said NVIDIA must meet new security requirements. Oil futures fell in afternoon trading following Trump's comments that, quote, the U.S. has been notified that Iran has, quote, no plans to carry out any execution of protesters, a sign of potential de-escalation. Wait, when countries are being bombed, why are we talking about stocks? Because I hate to fucking say it. That's what determines, for people like Trump, for people like fucking Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and for the oligarch class running the country right now, that's what determines if we go to war. It is approval numbers. It is not, and one of the great lies about like American interventionism and spreading democracy is the idea that we're doing it for freedom, that we are doing it to spread any kind of democracy. We are doing it for either hard power, soft power, which would be, government influence over a region. USAID is another great example of soft power. Or economic power and mobility. Like the entire reason we're doing Greenland is there is no way in hell that Greenland philosophically is some kind of like, oh, well, they deserve to have American freedom. Like, it is not because Trump is sitting there in his office going like, damn, if only Greenland had a McDonald's, then the world would be a better place. No, they have eyes on the gold in them hills. They know that there is rare earth minerals, there are mineral deposits, there are all sorts of shit that will determine if they, and as somebody brought up earlier, both Germany and France, I believe the German Navy deployed to Greenland today, or last couple days. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, really quick before we go to Minneapolis. I fucking hate Polymarket, dude. Like straight up. I have a little bit in the stock market, but I fucking hate. I hate how, because it's not easy to get into stocks. You have to wait. Like when people talk about diversifying, it starts with like you have to get lucky one time, and then you have to keep getting lucky, and you have to keep getting lucky, and you have to keep getting lucky, and you spread that money out. And eventually you have enough money in enough places that when you take a hit on something, something else will grow back. But getting to that point is a fucking nightmare, and I hate it. I overdrafted last night and I don't need, I'm fine now. I got my Twitch payment for the month. But because I didn't want to take any money out of the stock market, because I've been in this fucking loop where I will put literally like $150 to $200 into the stock market, and then I have to take it out. Oh god, I wish I had 3K in savings. G Papa Chow, fuck. That sounds like paradise. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. No confirmation if it's real, but I saw someone saying people want Baron Trump to marry the Princess of Denmark. Yeah, said that Trump inherits Greenland. I don't think that. Like, that sounds like some dumbass boomer QAnon mom or somebody spreading. I saw that going around. I don't think that's, like, that is not something that will happen. That's fucking, it is the kind of embarrassment that people would believe on that side. John Cleese is currently arguing with a VTuber on Twitter about Iran. What are we doing, man? What are we fucking doing? Oh, man. I won't touch stock market. I can hardly keep $20 in savings, especially in college. Yeah. It is so fucking frustrating to, well, like when you really dip into the stock market, you see how easy it is to technically start, but actually being able to build something on it requires massive amounts of capital and continual investment and continual attention. Like, unless you literally decide to make stock market tracking and observation and trolling or trawling Reddit pages and stock market tips your entire job, you're not moving like that. You're not moving. Lori Loves Music, thank you very much for subscribing. By the way, if you are on YouTube, if you are on Twitch, please make sure to like, follow, subscribe, do all the fun things. Like I said, this is my job. I do all of this for fun, and additionally, I do a lot of deep dive research projects. I have a number of things I'm working on this month, including, here's my little channel update. I'm currently working, like I just said, or like I said at the beginning of the stream, I am working on a video. I spent about 6 hours editing today on Destiny, the piece of shit sex pestiny streamer. Oh god, I'm so ready to be done with that, because my next video, I interviewed legendary game developer American McGee for a kind of philosophical discussion on floating rocks and dreams in video games. I'm very excited to get working on that. I will hopefully have that out before the end of the month. Among other things, I'll be interviewing, or not interviewing. I have another interview coming soon for a really cool queer-friendly indie video game. And additionally, I am looking forward to doing movie and TV show reviews for the Pendragon Cycle and the Chris Pratt vehicle Mercy, which looks like some pro-AI slop propaganda. So if you like the stuff I do, please be sure to like, subscribe, set notifications, do all that shit. Alrighty, so keep me in the loop, mods, if anybody else hears stuff about what's going down in Iran, if we launch a fucking morning strike. I need to do a fucking video on this dipshit on Joel Webbin. Not you, you fucking, not that dipshit, the other dipshit. God damn, Twink Death is hitting Fuentes hard. Hard. I can't. He's 26, dude, and he's already got like the Tucker face. Like he's getting puffy, you know. Like when things started going downhill for Val Kilmer, and people were just like, oh, well, you know, it's nice that he's still acting, but it just kind of starts inflating a little bit year by year. That's Fuentes' future. How much do I need for Daily Wire Plus? I am actually probably. Oh my goodness! Hello, honey. You're so pretty. No, you. Hello. You look so cute. Ooh, I love with the scarf and the top. Girl. Oral. I love you. Okay, do you wanna bye. Okie dokie, chat. He vancing? He is vancing. Oh my gosh. But yes, I do have a I have a way that I may not have to buy the. Oh my gosh, Koa got black lipstick on me. I may not have to buy Daily Wire Plus, so fingers crossed. I'm really hoping I don't. Yeah, let me go to. All right, streamed 1 day ago. I know. So if you followed the channel before, I believe Amanda, my friend Amanda Moore, which if you haven't seen, I did a interview with Amanda. We did a episode of the unfortunately now defunct podcast, What the Fuck Now? And I also interviewed Amanda for the video on Jubilee, where she spoke to her expertise, having infiltrated and kept tabs on white supremacists in the past. Amanda, I believe, is the one I need to reach out and check, make sure she's doing okay, because she's been, I think, on the protest front line. She was sharing a video around showing ICE agents breaking a car window and dragging. It never found a balance I was content with. And it was it and Podatog, the Magic the Gathering podcast, they were experiments for me. And Podatog we're still doing. But yeah, I don't think we'll be doing What the Fuck Now. I think my energy in that arena will be doing just individual interviews, because I enjoy doing that more. Yeah, Media Breakdown, thank you for $4.99. Are you trying to say that even Nick Fuentes' face is suffering from the effects of inflation? That's impressive. Okay, everybody give Media Breakdown. Can we get some goats in chat for Media Breakdown? That was wonderful. Wonderful job.
Now they're shooting at the press.
New Podatog. I was actually just talking to Bugs about that. We will be recording next week, I believe, because we are we are both going to do pre-release, and then Lorwyn is coming out, so we're going to do that one.
You're afraid.
God damn, it looks so fucking cold out there.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, dude.
I also want to, what are they, road blocking? I have no idea. I also want to reiterate one of the things I noted, documented, showed in the coverage of ICE in the LA protests was how, and I've seen this firsthand, multiple people can attest to this, there's so much footage of it that they will target any press. Like, it doesn't matter. The people right now, if you think, oh, okay, press are allowed to get this close and they're, like, free of being shot at, that is absolutely not fucking true. CM21, did you see the video of Trump at the Ford factory in Detroit? I did. That dude is a fucking... Like, honestly, he saw a chance and took it, and I gotta respect it. I'm not gonna share, like, the GoFundMe or anything. He's got $300,000. He has... I think his job is union, and I believe he has... like union representation backing it up. So like the dude will be fine. I think like $300,000 is a perfect payday for that. Like how many of us want to, I personally would have gone a little bit harder. I would have called him a fucking pedophile. But no, he saw a chance to yell something at Trump where Trump would definitely hear it and took it. And took no prisoners. Like, again, I would have been harsher, but you gotta respect it. It's the thing that, like, it's one of those things where anybody in a bar is gonna buy him a drink for a very long time because they wish that they could have done that. That's fucking crazy. That's B. Parker, also very funny. Did you see the Dilbert guy is Dill Dover? Dill Dover? Is what you said Dill Dover to me? You said that publicly? And on Al Gore's internet. On Chappell Roan's internet, you say this to me. Student rally. I did want to call attention to this because this fucking whips. So a bunch of students, and I guess, whoa, shit, they got the helicopter camera out here. Organized a massive rally to the state capitol. I believe it's a high school. Like, that fucking whips. That is so goddamn cool. Alright, I want to see if I can get the footage from inside. There we go.
Okay, guys, keep that open so Central can keep moving in. Hey, guys, anybody out there, move here. Hello, everybody up here, move. I want you to move over here. Everybody over here, let's move. If there's somebody behind you, tell them to keep moving. Forward, everybody, thank you. Hey guys, can we clap it up for our marshals? Can we clap it up for our marshals? Thank you, thank you. But I still want to hear y'all chant. No justice. Or need something to drink? There is a church nearby at 105 University Street.
I love these kids, dude. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. We had a protest last night at the University of Minnesota's on-campus hotel. If you want to take a look, they allowed ICE agents to book rooms. Fuck that. Fluo Fish, thank you very much for 12 months. Yay! This really does give me a lot of hope. Because again, I think the popular narrative that we see portrayed so often is that Like, oh, the youth, they're trending more conservative. You know, there was the last year at the beginning of the year during the Trump inauguration in DC, there was the cruel kids table and like all these articles that came out talking about how all these Gen Z influencers, look how conservative Gen Z is becoming, and look how all these fucking assholes are all Gen Z. You know, it's been this preoccupation with showing and spotlighting so many of the younger generation who have come up in these subcultures of hate, these communities of bigotry online, and have just absorbed all that shit. And they become groypers, they become manosphere dipshits, they become Aiden Ross fans, or, you know, whatever form that takes. So it's very heartening to me to see this, to see hundreds of kids standing in solidarity with people who, and additionally, this is the important part, is all of these kids were raised right because they don't need life experience to have empathy. This is something that a lot of adults can learn from, because for a lot of adults, it takes experience with somebody else, with somebody from another group, to change your mind. This is what happened to me. This is what happened to a lot of people. You go through life, you believe one thing, you're told one thing, and then you grow up and you have, as an adult, an experience with somebody from a group you thought one thing about, or you heard one thing about, or you unquestioningly supported political policies about. And as an adult, we let those things kind of shape us more. Well, you choose to let it shape you, or you can, you know, be a conservative asshole and be like, well, no, actually. And the thing that is very heartening to me is that these kids are able to put themselves on the line. They are able to walk out of their fucking classroom. They're able to take that on the chin with whatever consequences that may come, knowing full well that ICE is out here fucking shooting people, threatening people in the streets, knowing full well that they may even be targeted even though they're kids. And they're out here doing it because they believe it is right. That is the only reason. That is the only motivation they need. A steadfast belief in community and standing up for one another. I think that's fucking beautiful. I honestly do. Dragons are poggers. Who is Aiden Ross? A illiterate dipshit. Like honestly, that's what else do you need to say about Aiden Ross? Like that's who he is. Orion Red, thank you for following. Oh Sleeping Dreamer 666, thank you for following.
It's right over there. If you guys are called,
like this is a kid. It shouldn't be contingent upon the youngest generation to take this responsibility. But they're doing it. They are rising up to the challenge where so many adults, so many people who hold jobs, so many people who vote are failing right now. And not everybody, obviously. There's thousands of people in the streets of Minneapolis and have been for the last couple days, and I hope they fucking keep going. But this is somebody, like, look at the way they are kitted out. Look at, there is no tactical gear here. They are going and walking in the shit their parents bought them at a back-to-school sale. Their parents got them at Goodwill or Value Village because they're gonna out-fucking grow it in 6 months. Like, these are kids with braces, insecurities, other fucking problems. And they are putting their bodies on the fucking line when it matters most. It is inspiring as hell to see people who are so often counted out of every conversation take it upon themselves to stand up and insert themselves into that conversation. The acknowledgement that the shit that is happening today will affect every single one of them. And again, additionally, this is what I was talking about the other day when I talked about how diverse the communities of Minneapolis are. How many people, and this is another thing that I don't think people have realized will continue to radicalize people. How many people do you think in Minneapolis know, as a kid, under 18, we're in high school or whatever, know a family, know somebody from a family who were kidnapped, hurt, abducted, assaulted, harassed by ICE? If you had a friend in high school whose father was taken away by ICE, whose mother was assaulted by ICE, whose cousin was here on a work visa and they were deported by ICE, that would fucking radicalize you like that. That immediately gives you that empathy and worldview that some people search years, decades, their entire lives to find. The understanding of power structures manipulating and hurting people who are otherwise defenseless and have no recourse, who have done nothing to deserve this cruelty. And just look at this one picture. The front lines of this protest, 3 people who look feminine, 3 people who look like they're from different ethnic backgrounds, but brought together as one under quite literally the same banner.
Head there. Again, 105 University. Okay? Do we got that? 105 University! If you don't remember the address, it's right across, right over there.
Nehemia, thank you very much for another 5. There were cops in full tactical gear, and everyone at the protest was just chilling. They looked so ridiculous. That's usually the way it goes. Honestly, that's usually the way it goes. That's what was there. There was a clip, and it was the most surreal fucking moment, and in a week full of very many surreal moments when I was in LA. And I included the footage. I made sure to include it because there was a dude dressed as Jesus who was skateboarding around the anti-ICE protest frontline. And so this guy dressed as Jesus in sunglasses was just skateboarding by as these, full tack gear officers are standing there and getting ready to fire flashbangs. And it's just like, it's like, these are the people you're getting ready to assault. This is the people we've spent billions of dollars in essentially military funding for our police forces so they can go and truncheon at the drop of a hat. It's crazy.
Church is right there. It's not hard to miss. It's right over there. It's the big ICE agents in Minnesota are releasing unconstitutional violence on our community members.
This administration challenges Minnesota every single day. We are seeing more federal agents in our cities than local police in Minneapolis and St. Paul combined. That should concern everyone, no matter your politics. Minnesota is a state built by immigrants. Our classrooms, our neighborhoods, and our future depends on protecting families and not ripping them apart. We are not here to cause harm. We are not here to create chaos. We are here to demand dignity, safety, and humanity. We will not sit quietly while families are terrorized. We will not accept fear as normal, and we will not stop speaking up. Look around you. This is what community looks like. Students, families, schools, and neighbors standing together. We are here together. We are watching out for one another, and we are not afraid. Fear is how systems try to divide us. Community is how we protect each other. As students, as Minnesotans, and as the next generation, we choose unity over fear. We choose people over politics, and we choose to stand together every single time. Thank you.
Whoa. Uh-oh.
My name is Luke. I'm a representative from OWL, and I'll be reading the next speech. We are here because people are scared. The underlying message of the Trump administration and the ICE agency is terror.
Let's fucking
go.
go.
Is not only represented by the violence of a masked government army, but by the targeted hatred that turns neighbors against each other. Instead of teaching to celebrate the diversity that is America's greatest strength, the Trump administration has indoctrinated uneducated citizens into hating anyone who is other. Neighbors turn on each other, a pattern that has been seen time and time again throughout history. And that terror always leads to tragedy.
If these kids wrote all of these, which I have no reason to believe they haven't, thus far they sound different enough that they, you know, this is the type of shit I could have written in high school if I was, because I was politically active. I showed up. I was protesting Westboro Baptist Church when they came around, like that kind of shit. These kids should all go into some form of content production because they are genuinely gifted, and we need more of these Gen Z comrades, honestly. Like, does he have a workers' party shirt?
Non-white people fearful to leave their house, fearful that their neighbors will report them to an agency that does not care if they're
no kings, no killers, no kid kidnappings. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Andrews, thank you for $5. ICE not equipped to deal with being pelted by snowballs. They flee when they don't outnumber a lone person 10+1. Yeah, until they are getting the inevitable orders from top down, which is what they're very obviously pushing for with these crackdowns, that they can just free fire on civilians and crowds. Like that is what so many of these ICE agents are champing at the bit for right now. Citrus 18, thank you for subscribing. Also, yes, and apropos of nothing, like, you know, some people may put rocks in snowballs. Who's to say? Who's to say? I've even heard of people putting razor blades in snowballs. There was an ICE agent bitching today on camera about how somebody, when their car was open, had thrown a bottle or a water balloon full of piss into their car. So now the entire car is filled with and smells like piss. So look, what I'm really saying is peaceful resistance can take many forms.
A friend of mine who is a U.S. citizen could not come to this protest because of the terror surrounding it. His family feared for his safety and asked him to stand back. He had a speech prepared, a speech that I will read to you now because no one should have their voice silenced by fear.
What was I just talking about? What was I just talking about with these kids' friends radicalizing them? His friend couldn't be there because the parents were so afraid that they had him stay home. And so in his stead, was that the end of it? No. His friend decided, nope, you know what? Your voice is still going to get fucking heard. That is the shit that everybody needs to be thinking of and taking as an example right now. Alexis Van Dam, let me see. Caden Rumler. Okay, there we go. Caden Rumler, GoFundMe. Yes, so I saw this shit. This is another story that has come out that is going around. Anti-ICE protester blinded by federal agent during demonstration in Santa Ana. Young protester narrowly avoided being killed but was left permanently blind after a Homeland Security agent fired a non-lethal round at close range in Santa Ana. 21-year-old nephew, Caden Rumler, underwent 6 hours of surgery, and the doctors found shards of plastic, glass, and metal embedded in his eyes and face, including a metal piece lodged 7 millimeters from a carotid artery. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Can't sneeze or cough because it could do a lot of damage. Jesus Christ. Doctors did not want to remove the shrapnel out of fear that it could kill him. Suffered a fractured skull around his eyes and nose, and the doctor said he permanently lost vision in his left eye. Homeland Security agent was a few feet when he fired the weapon. What was it? A flashbang? Non-lethal round. Yep. This. I'm willing to bet it was something like this. Which, again, I cannot stress enough. I need to keep sharing it because everything we are seeing now, I saw in LA. First person on the ground on the front lines. I made a whole fucking video and a whole documentary about it. If you haven't watched it, you need to. You need to go and see what the front lines of these protests look like, what actually happens, what the actual effect of these things are, and how they are supposed to be trained to use them and are not using them that way. So, for example, when I talk to a National Guard person who had been deployed to California, who contacted me anonymously to talk about the training they received, when people shoot the less than lethal munitions, they are trained, quote unquote trained, when they go through like their day or two of training or whatever the fuck ICE gets now. They are trained that there is a minimum safe distance, it's usually around 20 feet, for less than lethal rounds, and that you are not supposed to shoot them at the head, you're supposed to shoot them at the ground so that they bounce, lowering their velocity to impede somebody else. It is not supposed to put somebody permanently in the fucking hospital. Anybody who defends this shit is just pro-murder, because that is exactly what could happen, and they know it. It is a fucking lie for anybody to be like, well, it's technically... I saw people talking about this earlier. Well, technically it was less than lethal. We don't know everything that happened. It doesn't fucking matter. You are not supposed to use guns in that way. The less than lethal weaponry. $5. Thank you very much, Jay the Crypto. My friend was shot by a non-lethal round a few years ago. It struck his backpack, still knocked him to the ground, left a nasty bruise. Yeah. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Did she really? All right. Does anybody have... Nehemia, thank you very much for $20. I also just want to say to anyone in Minneapolis, there will be a Christian nationalist march this Saturday starting at City Hall at 1. If you're in the area, please help us outnumber them. Abso-fucking-lutely. Ooh. 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 Be fucking careful. And have each other's backs. Those motherfuckers are going looking for a fight. They are going with the tacit... Every single one of them wants to be a Kyle Rittenhouse. I need everybody to understand that if you are in Minneapolis and you are going to confront any Christian nationalists, you need to go with the understanding that every one of them sees what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse years ago as aspirational. They are hoping, the only reason that they would be going right now is because they saw one woman get killed and they want to do that. If you go, and you should, you need to be prepared. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna look up really quick. Does anybody have the link to that video? Let me actually see. I'm gonna look it up really well. No. Jesus Christ. Oh, yes, it was this one. Nope.
In the face with a pepper.
Why would you...
Message.
I hate... Sorry, that was loud. Jesus fucking Christ. I fucking look at this scum ass shit. Anti-ICE protester claims he's blind, one eye after federal. First off, dog shit writing. A 21-year-old protester says federal officers shot him during a Santa Ana protest. We have video, motherfucker. Are you kidding me?
A demonstration held Friday in Santa Ana in support of Renee Good turned violent after a clash between protesters and federal agents there. Video from that night, shot by a freelance photographer, shows a protester being dragged into the federal building by an agent. Friends of an agent.
Yep. So that is when they were shot. Literally, God, they are so fucking lucky to be alive. That is insane. He could have died right there. Oh my God. That is how far they were. That couldn't be more than 5 feet. That's attempted murder. Good luck fucking pinning that on any of them. The DA, like, none of these motherfuckers are going to face culpability until they all face culpability. When people talk about Hague trials and Nuremberg trials and all this shit, that's what every one of these ICE dipshit knuckle-dragging trogs need to face. Because, yeah, that is attempted murder. They only seek to maximize suffering. Bets on firearms being used by protesters soon or militias forming. I mean, the Black Panthers are already out there in Philly. There need to be more people wielding their weapons. And yes, so here is the thing. People will say, well, no, you don't want to bring weapons to a protest because that'll be threatening. Any resistance they will say is a threat. You are better off being able to defend yourself and having the threat, the visible threat of violence on your side as deterrence than you are simply letting them abduct your neighbors. Abduct and hurt and harass and assault people in your community. You are better off having responsible firearm owners bring those guns to protest, to stand on the front line, than simply being like, oh, well, you know what? Like, if they'll take it as a threat if we do that, then they'll try and escalate, because they fucking will not. If we know something about these motherfuckers, it is that they are absolutely cowards. They shrivel at the slightest pushback. If they feel, these people who are armed with guns, if they feel that they are threatened by enough people, or enough civilians, children, teenagers standing fucking around them, they will run away with their tails tucked between their fucking legs. And if they were to see a line of people and go, oh, okay, open fire, then that is what the Second Amendment is fucking for. Casey, thank you for subscribing. I will be right back. My cat is screaming at me for food. I'll let this play for a little bit.
Friends of that protester are now saying he suffered an injury to one of his eyes. NBC4's Amber Frias now is live from Santa Ana with more for us. Amber.
Hey, Colleen, people who attended the demonstration tell us it was only scheduled to go from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And they say a lot of people left at its end time, but some people did remain. And video captured after that end time show things turned violent. Now, we don't know what happened before the video starts that we're about to show you, but we do want to...
I'm going to say this doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. They weren't going to harass. They weren't going to truncheon these officers. This idea... Because Britain has this shit too of like, oh, okay, well, no, we're declaring it. It's illegal to. You can protest, because this is the thing that conservatives love to fall back on. Is like, no, we're here for peaceful protest. And what that means is that it's just like gerrymandering, where they continually delineate smaller and smaller areas where you are okay to protest, and they will constantly talk about how you can protest, what you can use to protest, what you can bring to a protest. And it gets smaller and smaller until, and this is, LAPD has this, where they will send out protest rules and be like, okay, now you can't have water bottles, you can't have food, you can't have snacks, you can't have picket signs, you can't do this. Otherwise, they take it as a threat because, oh, you could throw that water bottle at the heavily kitted out military officers and the APCs. And it's fucking bullshit. Every new rule they put on you is just an excuse to declare that protest unlawful. And that includes, and is not limited to, when they say, okay, well, this is, when they give protests a curfew, it's like, okay, well, you're allowed to protest, but everybody be out of here by 7. Nah, fuck that. Again, this is the thing I saw continually in LA. The first night I was out there on the street, there's fucking video of me I thought I was about to... All right. First night. Where are we going? Oh my God, Charlie Kirk is in this video. Woof. That... Yikes. Damn, I was kind of serving in that. Okay, sorry. All right, let me get to the first night. Here we go. Deterred. Departing from the somber, liberal tones of the faith gathering, the people who had taken to the streets felt not like a riot, but a block party. It didn't matter how old you were, what you wore, what your skin color was. If you were on the streets next to everybody else, you might as well have been family in those moments. Even as predominantly Latino voices rang out the loudest, rightfully so due to their specific targeting by ICE, there were no dividing lines between where you came from, what language you spoke best, etc. The jovial vibe set the tone for the next few days of protest, regardless of the efforts of LAPD, Marines, DHS, National Guard, and the Sheriff's Department to intimidate law-abiding citizens. Sure, people were angry, people were pissed, but if there was one thing the faith leaders in the park got right during their gathering, it was that the people taking to the streets were united by love and compassion for each other and their communities. Around 8:30 p.m., the police began mobilizing, preparing tear gas, pepper balls, smoke grenades, and horses. LAPD helicopters circled overhead as I, supporting local business, bought a Modelo from a guy selling drinks from an ice chest on a street corner. This was nothing like the terrifying roving gangs I had been told about. Where were the burning cars, the Molotovs? The most disruptive things around were cars bumping loud music and waving flags out the windows, but nobody here was bothered. It was part of the experience. Until police declared an unlawful assembly. Then they advanced their lines, readying the less than lethal munitions that would severely injure people in the next few days. Their first push saw them swinging batons at anyone within reach, and the crowd took to running away, without the numbers to provide a reasonable front against the militarized offense. The social strata of civilians to police is organized so you can't put up a meaningful protest. Any protest you give is meant to be trampled over so easily so that the message itself can be drowned out by whatever measures you take to fight back against the force used against you. As you watch people defiantly dance in the streets, even after being kettled, declared unlawful on the streets our tax dollars pay for, keep that in mind. Even at the most milquetoast protest events, which remain peaceful but may block traffic, you'll see people justifying violence because of inconvenience, that protesters deserve to be injured or even killed for simply exercising their rights to free speech. But if you're one of these people, I want you to consider for a moment as you watch this, if a protest can even cause a peaceful, minor disruption without being suppressed, then how are you supposed to protest? Your protest can just be easily ignored. What way is there for somebody to be heard? One of my guiding principles during this trip was not getting arrested or otherwise incapacitated until I could cover Saturday's No Kings protest, which was anticipated to have tens of thousands in attendance. Having documented much of the day's peaceful activities and seeing that the police had plans to wrap. All right. So yeah, and if you have not seen, I will show again what it was fucking like on the streets at the protest, because might as well talk about it. Military gear were soft, not having been hardened by either time or experience in situations like this. In response, the crowd, especially at the federal building, didn't hold back their critique. One particularly incensed group of Latinas called out to two troopers that the tone of the day had drastically changed. The police were tired of the crowds of civilians dancing, gathering, and more. Hours before any curfew, word came down that for some reason the day's gathering was declared an unlawful assembly, which is one of those moments you realize how little the law means even when you abide by it, when it's so malleable in how it can be used against you. We are guaranteed a right to assemble in the Constitution, but what does that mean when it's declared an unlawful assembly? I mean, they can declare an unlawful assembly because of an arbitrary curfew, because of arbitrary restrictions on what can be brought to a protest. But it should be easy to see what these measures really mean. The police don't get protested. They allow you to protest, and they will remind you of that when they are done letting you protest. The official story shared by the LAPD and LASD, the riot at the No Kings rally broke out because the protesters began throwing water bottles and rocks at officers, and protesters had the high ground. Now, I was a few minutes late to the action, but I didn't see any bricks, rocks, or concrete being thrown at the heavily armed and armored officers. I saw water bottles being thrown, and then I also saw other protesters calling out the violent action and putting a stop to it, until the cops began launching tear gas, which is the well-accepted signal of the gloves coming off. And if you're one of the people saying, but the protesters threw back the tear gas, that's violent, then I just assume you eat boot leather for breakfast. I rushed into the middle of the scrum, getting as close to the police lines as good sense would allow, while still being able to dip behind cover if I needed to. It became clear quickly that cover was necessary because even as protesters coughed and dealt with the smoke, tear gas, and disorientation of the flashbangs, another group of LAPD with pepperball guns were freely shooting at whatever fleeing targets they could. This wasn't a suppression tactic because they fired mostly at protesters already running away. It seemed to be done almost for sport. This, too, wasn't surprising. Around the country, and especially during the George Floyd protests a few years ago, thousands saw the gleeful violence the police love to dole out to civilian protesters, and this was no exception. After the first few volleys of flashbangs flew over my head and I ended up on an adjacent street where I was surrounded by police, I had to run from cover. This is one time I was legitimately fucking jealous of Hassan, because Hassan was there with like not a camera crew. It was a dude who was recording him, but had, you know, proper HD camera gear, which is what I wanted so bad. Thankfully, my friend Lana B, if you don't know Lana, go follow Lana. Lana's fucking awesome. And their partner were recording footage the whole time we were there, so I got a lot of stuff from their angles too. But like with the kettling and everything, it was fucking hard to get good HD footage. Recover using some of the smoke to my advantage. Well, because I was streaming this too by the pepperball guns. As you watch the footage, you may notice a lack of protocol being followed. For example, there's the Jesus. The flashbang goes off right in front of me. Look, there it is. Clear quickly that cover was necessary because even as protesters coughed and dealt with the smoke. As you watch the watch Jesus just fucking floating up here. Yeah, I know, a streaming backpack costs a fortune. I want eventually to upgrade to a point, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna probably end up at other protests and shit this year. I don't think it was Marsh though, because I remember people in my chat telling me it wasn't Marsh because Marsh was somewhere else, I believe. I think there was like a fill-in editor or something, but I want to cover more protests at some point this year, so I think I'm just gonna have to. I'll put a good video camera on my throne list and see if I can get that. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I will find I will find something. I need that and a gas mask before I do whatever coverage comes next, because I have, thank you to a wonderful donator who did help me get some new wireless mics, so that will be wonderful. If you give any kind of future warning, we could start advertising for donations towards the gear you need. Any protest I do will unfortunately be at least, unless like shit, and I'm straight up not hoping it does, just for people's safety and well-being. But unless shit like truly deeply pops off, I'm gonna be locked here for a little bit, just because I have so many other projects and so many other things I want to do. But once it starts heating up and we get more into spring and summer, oh, I'll be beating the streets somewhere. I promise. Footage, you may notice a lack of protocol being followed. Yep, there we go. For example, the time a flashbang goes off right in front of me, when the typical police protocol is to fire them above people's heads. This lack of protocol would come back when they brought out... I had a weird flashback, actually, for the first time. It was weird. It was like an out-of-body... I've never had, like, a, you know, out-of-body experience or anything like that. But it was like a brief moment of dissociation where I was like, whoa. And like I got like a cold chill out of fucking nowhere, because I was playing, so I have my little dumb PS2 experiment where I'm only playing PS2 era games for the entire year. And I got a decent deal off eBay, and I was playing one of the Medal of Honors. I think it was Allied Assault or something. And a grenade goes off nearby in the game, and I have the volume on, and it makes that little like the head ringing sound. And I had a legitimate LA flashback. Hey, you, lady, stop. Stop it. I see you. I had a actual flashback to downtown LA. Because it doesn't pick up on the audio, but when you hear that shit in like video games and movies, that's real. It's fucking insane. When you hear that and like it slowly fades out, that's what I dealt with in this moment several times, but in this moment where I had the fucking flashbang go off right in front of my face by police, I had to run from cover to cover using some of the smoke to my, which is just... And the typical police protocol is to fire them above people's heads. This lack of protocol would come back when they brought out rubber bullets, aiming them directly at people's heads and severely injuring several protesters, all of which I witnessed in close proximity. At some point, something hit my head and later something cut into my leg. Think that each were caps popping off either tear gas or flashbangs as they detonated, but thankfully, there was no lasting damage aside from skin irritation from the gas. At some point, the LASD and LAPD in their shooting galleries had accidentally exchanged fire. The mix-up was immortalized over police scanner, which is just very funny.
LA County Sheriff from the east side of Maine, south of Temple. Hold your goddamn crossfire here. It's blue.
Some of the more prepared protesters brought out large umbrellas to protect against police fire and hold the line. Oh, and Jesus was there on a skateboard. Amid these screaming, crying, hacking, and defiant protesters returning to the line again and again, the chaos began to take on a bit of a rhythm. With each consecutive wave of tear gas, the crowd thinned, with the more experienced going through the motions familiar to them of washing out their eyes, coughing it out, and getting back into the fray. These people were the true vanguard of the protest. They weren't here to hurt anyone. They were here because they believed in protecting communities and people that needed it, and minor injuries and irritations like tear gas wouldn't dissuade them. Medics were hovering around, keeping whatever supplies ready for the nasty injuries the police were gleefully inflicting. Here's a little thought exercise for people who think these protests are nothing but violent Antifa super soldiers or whatever. If the protests are centered on violence, if the true goal is just wanting chaos and violence, why is there always such an emphasis on medical care and supplies? Eventually, the protest line was moved back up the street to City Hall, and the protesters responded by gathering ramshackle. So here is where I was shot at, and you can see this rubber bullet is in the video. And I know I've shown this on stream before, but this video does not have enough fucking views, so I know some of the people here have not seen it, and it is important to see what protests actually fucking look like. Barriers. You can see where I almost get fucking shot. I think of the reason for all this force being justified. And by the way, I do want to say that, like, the dude who was next to Hassan actually almost got shot. I was gonna be fine. As throwing water bottles, I have to laugh. There's nothing these civilians could meaningfully do to actually fight back or hold their ground against a heavily militarized police force, let alone the actual military troops stationed just a block away. Yet here they were, standing as strong as they could for as long as they could. It wasn't a battle we could win, and we knew that. Sometimes victory is just standing for what's right and helping the person next to you when they get knocked down. It doesn't matter if you get knocked down too. Soon, rubber bullets began flying overhead. Fellow streamer Hassan Piker was a few feet away from me on the protest line when his cameraman caught footage of a bullet barely grazing the hat of one protester inches from Hassan's head as well. These less than lethal munitions have long been understood to be potentially deadly at the range we were at, and especially when aimed at people's heads. We're told the police are specifically given training to not do that. I guess those billions of dollars in funding for the LAPD didn't get around to covering that training, even if those funds definitely covered the expensive equipment the police were using against protesters. As I ducked behind a makeshift barrier, one of the bullets cut through the material in front of me, rolling to a stop on the ground nearby. And I took it with me as a little souvenir. These are the size of the rounds that were fired at us from well less than 30 feet away. Keep that in mind for this next part. Then I heard someone cry out. In the salvo of suppressing rounds, someone had been hit in the face at close range. With medical supplies in my bag, I ducked down near the man who was being dragged away from the front lines to a medic, attempting to cover him additionally with my backpack. I don't relish relaying the details of what I saw, but I feel it is important to understand the kind of force thoughtlessly used against protesters who had, at most of what I'd seen, thrown water bottles at heavily armored and heavily geared officers. This could have been anyone at the protest at any time. The police could have said they saw something in a crowd and been justified in shooting an old person, a family, a dog, a child. This could have been me or any of the other protesters on the line. When I got a good look, the man was obviously in shock. He had been hit with a round just above his eye, and his head had been split open, covering his face with blood. He looked around in a daze, attempting to cover his face as people moved above him to begin administering some kind of field bandage. People gathered around, and seeing they weren't useful interjecting in the medic's work, went back to the protest. I shuffled through my bag for a disinfectant, handed it to the medic, and did the same. I don't know if the man was okay. I don't know what happened to him. For his safety and identity, I have censored his face. And this wouldn't be the only protester injured by rubber bullets. Throughout the days of protest, so many stories would emerge like these, including a woman not affiliated with the protests simply trying to get into her home. The police weren't done. They had begun advancing behind riot shields, pushing the dwindling numbers of protesters to the park that just an hour before had been filled with laughing families and the smells of summer food. I checked on another protester who had taken a rubber bullet to the leg, but LAPD riot police. This, I wish I had gotten a closer view. I don't know. Some of the stuff sounds so like exploitative. It sounds so, torture porny, but I do wish I had gotten a better view of this protester's wound, because the video, the lighting does not do justice to how fucking huge the welt was and how much that girl was suffering. Like her leg was fucked up. And this, by the way, so they had dragged her. This was just like a regular protester who had gotten caught up, and they dragged her back to where we were in front of LA City Hall. Right across, there's a park that had this little kind of inlet slash, just like a Parks and Rec like bathroom type area. And so people dragged her back there. That's where I was running through because they had started pushing the line back. And right about that time, they started throwing flashbangs and tear gas into that area. So they wouldn't even let people rest, which is the other thing that you need to understand about once protests pop off. They do not, there is no safe space. There is no like home base. There is nothing until everybody is off the street, until everybody's done. There is nothing you can do that will make, like, you can't fucking call a timeout. Because the second you're like, oh, okay, hey, no, is when they fucking put a truncheon in your goddamn face and they break your jaw. It's when they fire a non-lethal munition at your head. This Pepsi Cola commercial bullshit idea, the like that fucking Kendall Jenner commercial of like, oh no, you can. It's why I'm so pissed off when I see the kind of liberal, oh, we can, we know you're just doing your job bullshit on the front line. Because at a moment's notice, that same little grandma who tried to give them a hug, or same like kind-hearted barista who is like, you know what, we know you don't really want to do that. In a fucking second, they will blow you away just like anybody else. Raven Laverne, Dee, I've always wanted to tell you how much your coverage of this meant to me. My best friend lives in LA and attended these protests. I was hella worried about her. Thank you so much for this video. Thank you. I wouldn't be able to do stuff like this without everybody. I wouldn't be able to do stuff without the support from the community and all of that stuff. What are we looking at? Awesome Stella. Yeah, this bullshit. When was this? 8 years ago. Wow. 2017. Yeah, this was yeah, let's watch it for old time's sake, because this might be one of the worst ideas I've ever seen in media. Like as ad campaigns go. This is the fucking worst. Just a insanely tone-deaf misreading of a moment by corporate America. Just absolutely woof. In a way, though, I think it was more telling of like the divides that we are currently dealing with. Where this, in a lot of ways, felt like corporate America on the back of things like the Occupy movement, on the back of things like the Trayvon Martin protests, and like just all of that shit. Because this was before George Floyd. And it felt like a tacit acknowledgement from the rest of the country that, oh, this is what, even subconsciously, this is what corporate America thinks of you. They think that you are easily placated creatures. They think that you are zoo animals and we can poke and prod you until you calm down, fucko. And the just immediate backlash and reaction to it, I think, informed them otherwise. It's fucking woof. It's so bad. Irish DC, thank you for 100 bits. The way they're supposed to be fired, yep, we talked about this, is shoot at the ground, it bounces up and hits you. Still hurts, but not potentially fatal. I think you might have missed it, because I saw, and thank you, by the way, for resubscribing for 23 months in a row, almost 2 years. Goodness gracious. A few kids killed in the north of Ireland after being shot by these baton rounds. So we were talking about a brave trans man in Santa Ana who was blinded in one eye, and honestly, it sounds like, from everything we've read, it sounds like he is still not out of the woods, as far as, like, danger to his life goes. Yeah, Jesus Christ. So, I want to talk about really quick. Yes, this was during the BLM protest, shameless and out of touch. This op-ed, I didn't get... So, last time, I had a... Part of the headline for the stream was Antifa wine moms. And that was because I had this pulled up, but we got to talking about something else instead, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, we got to talk... What did we get to talking about last time? we got to talking about, I think, protest. No, it was the fucking Nick Shirley interview. Oh, I should chop that up and throw it up on the channel, I think. The Nick Shirley interview was fucking funny. But me getting into a tangent, no, that would never happen. But I want to get to this editorial really quick because I read only a little bit of it and it made me very happy. So, impeding federal law enforcement is not protest, it's just crime. Which sounds like some bootlicker-ass loyalist shit Fox would say. Like, again, apply so many of these things outside of party lines. Just label things Group A, Group B, and see what people say about them. And you can actually, even for a fun historical exercise, put different historical groups. So, for example, let's say during the Revolutionary War, talking about the British, for example, they would surely, if you just gave that same story of what happened with Renee Nicole Good in broad terms, but made it the British instead, and granted, I understand that this is stripping a lot of historical accuracy away, but in terms of simple power dynamics, it is stripping away a lot of historical context, a lot of modern context, and a lot of like other talking points. In terms of simple power dynamics, that is all that would be needed for them to be like, well, yes, of course the British would be, I don't know why I went Nixon with it. Well, of course the British would be, absolutely, sent to the gulags. Whereas, a white wine mom instead, they are going like, well, no, like this lesbian deserved it instead. God, the fucking tone of this already by David Marcus. How should I read this? Because I want to read this in a way that stays true to it. The condescending shitbag tone. There seems to be a bit of confusion in our society of late about what civil disobedience is and what it isn't. Last week, this very confusion got 37-year-old Renee Good killed. Political protest in the form of civil disobedience has a long and very proud tradition, from Mahatma Gandhi non-violently defying the British in India to our own Martin Luther King Jr. penning his eloquence from a Birmingham jail cell. How fucking dare you? How dare you? You have never read the letter from Birmingham, you motherfucker. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, Minneapolis. Where's the live updates? Where's the live? Somebody give me live. Somebody give me eyes on it. Shooting involving federal law enforcement. City said it was working to confirm additional details. This post violated the... Are you always going to blame the gun? They were attacked by someone with a seditious rhetoric. Fuck off. Seditious rhetoric. Maine? What the fuck are they looking for in Maine? What, did illegal immigrants from Stephen King stories? What the fuck are you... Maine? All right, I want... All right, chat, does anybody have a link? I understand some people are probably already looking. You have to use your jowls if you're doing Nixon. Watchdogging Twitter, I'll tell you if I find it. Thank y'all, thank y'all. New Englander here, yeah, I got no clue. Woof. Okay, thank you, Carno. All right, breaking out of Minneapolis. Oh my God. Oh, fucking hell. All right, chat, keep me updated if there's anything else. I am trying to get into my fucking... I can't get into my fucking Facebook right now. I haven't used it in years. Let me try it one more time. Yeah, I need another feed if anybody has it. Live of where the shooting took place. Got it here, Alexis Vandam, hit me. Check DMs.
Chasing. And as they race off into the night. Is that tear gas, you think?
No, flashbang. Alright, watch out. It's a little spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch your eyes.
We're masking up a little bit right now. We're walking back to the scene where law enforcement is. Oh.
Fuck.
Yep, that sounds like fucking protesting. All right, here we go.
Wait. Yep. This is Zach D. Roberts with Status Coup. This is Zach D. Roberts with Status Coup. We are live on the scene in Minneapolis. There is a bear cat behind us. There has been reported that there's been a yet another shooting by federal agents right down the road here. They looks like they're trying to force through to control the scene with a military vehicle. They're clearing. There's a person arrested, it seems. I'm not quite sure, on the ground. She looks like she's cuffed. Yep. There's Border Patrol officers in full camo. They're armed with a couple of them have night vision.
You can put the microphone
Yes.
to what they're saying.
Dude, what are you doing? What made you sign your oath and do this to us? Is your dick that small? Is it? Did your uncle touch you at Christmas? You fucking bitch!
Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you.
Hey, one-on-one, no gun. I'll whoop your ass. Which way? You guys are going that way. No, you guys are going that way. Let's go.
All right, I got.
It's a couple dozen people on the ground here. It seems to have been able to make the Border Patrol back off.
Star Tribune live. All right. I got you, Alexis.
Terrorize our community. Look how they just going on fucking ground. Y'all helping Minnesota isolate. Y'all helping
Get the fuck out of here! The only ones that go. Those are the only ones that go. Ray, I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Run, run, run. Get out of here. Run, run. Get the fuck out of here! Those are the only ones that go! Those are the only ones that go! Ray, I dare you! I dare you! I dare you! Run! 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 Get out of here! Run! Run! You Confederate loading!
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Watch the car! Who's driving? Let's get them bitches too! Hey!
We have Border Patrol in a minivan that almost ran over our cameraman.
Absolutely. Sam Musco, one, do you think Trump is trying to provoke violence from citizens? Yes. Without a fucking question. Without a fucking question. And in that moment, the most important thing to remember is that there are more of us than them. American citizens still have a right to defend themselves, hold their ground, and have guns. Why did they have a tank? Billions of dollars in ICE funding. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, here they go. They're already firing at fucking people like goddamn cowboys.
Things are being thrown.
Keep your head low. Keep your head low. Yep, they throwing something.
It's not a tank, it's an APC.
Chasing.
But functionally, for urban environments, it might as well be the fucking same thing. Or that just looks like a Humvee, honestly.
And as they race off into the night. So, yeah. Just taking a moment to get a little more set up. We were... we were wrapping up for the day, and then we got this message that something was happening on the scene.
These people are fucking pissed, and I love to see it.
back to the scene. Yep, moving back towards them.
Is it confirmed? I had heard, we have only seen one source alleging with no proof that a child was shot, so we cannot say for sure.
He has a gas canister in his hand. Yep.
Get his ass. Get his ass. I can't say that.
Pepper spray was sprayed.
You pussy little man! You're a pussy little man! Pussy little boy! You pussy little man! Get the fuck out! Watch out, you're throwing stuff. Get the fuck out! You pussy little boy!
Several federal officers. He's about to pull a pin on a.
Look at how fucking casually they do it.
Looks like. Oh, it's coming our way. I'm sure it didn't. Didn't actually go off. Thankfully.
Fucking billions of dollars for this shit, and they can't.
It's laying it out on the ground over.
I didn't Fed post. I didn't Fed post. I don't know if that's an ICE agent. Hey, here's the thing. I don't know if these unaccountable masked men terrorizing cities are federal government agents. I'm saying the same thing I would, whether they're ICE agents or not, because I cannot guarantee and cannot verify who they are under those masks, and I believe that American citizens have a right to defend themselves. I don't think that's Fed posting. Yeah, they could be Tren de Aragua, for all we know. Exactly, Kiwi TP, you get it. It also, and to think of what is going through these agents' minds is they are very obviously trying to incite more violence from Minnesotans. Stephen Miller today posted. The fuck did that little weasel? Flawless track record. Eat shit. Where the fuck is it? Lady, stop it. I see you. All right, I'm going to keep looking for it while I listen to him.
It is because they shot a kid that was trying to run away from them, and they shot at them. They shot at them. That's why we're here right now, because it's unacceptable that they start shooting kids now. They start shooting kids from the back now.
All right, we're hearing somebody.
Was this part of a raid, or was this just one of their?
It is because they stopping people. They just stopping people randomly on the streets, and they were heading home, and they start fucking shooting at them because they were trying to run away from them. That's why. That's why. And they shoot a kid on the leg. I think I don't know what how the kid is, but it's bad. It's bad.
We've heard that it was shots in the legs. Okay.
You gotta tell me when you're doing this.
Day of retribution is coming.
Okay.
Here it is. Here it is. Here's what that little fucking scumfuck said today. To give you an idea of why escalating tensions will continue to escalate.
Felony. You have immunity to all ICE officers.
Here is this motherfucker, this Nazi little weasel cum-stained shitbag knuckle-dragging fucknut, giving basic blanket immunity to quote-unquote federal officers, these undertrained ICE thugs, to shoot whoever they want, essentially.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
ICE officers are not police officers. They are just literally making up rules on the fly. Is where we're at now.
With members of the media and community members surrounding ICE officers, or federal officers at least, with a armed officer in a Carhartt sweatshirt with a backpack. No identification on him. Getting into the car.
Look at that.
Looks like once again they may be backing up to get out of this scene.
Look at the fucking guns and hardware they have, dude. They're rocking fucking modern warfare loadouts in Minneapolis city streets in front of churches.
Maybe backing up to get out of this scene.
Yeah, AR platform right there. Like, what the fuck are you talking? And people want to still try and make them out. Oh no, they're just doing their jobs. They're just little ooh beans. If you saw somebody like that walking around in your neighborhood, I don't care if it's a good part of town, bad part of town, it doesn't fucking matter. If you are civically minded and have a gun for your protection, you would be brandishing it. I'm not saying using it. I am saying you would present yourself as somebody who can meet the threat of deadly force with deadly force, as is your constitutional right as Americans. Thank you, Dragons or Poggers.
You're making the right decision. To go home. You're making the right decision. We know y'all ain't been getting no sleep.
Oh. Fireworks were thrown behind us.
Shit.
Yep. Just gonna getting back on the sidewalk, backing away as this officer has been shaking this pepper spray can for quite a while, preparing to spray somebody.
And you want to know why they haven't yet? Do you want to know the reason he hasn't yet? It's because he is too fucking close to too many people who he knows if he puts the wrong limb out and tries to fuck somebody up, there aren't enough people around him to defend himself. The amount they are leaving now because they are outnumbered. Not even by weapons. Not even by armed civilians. Just bodies. They are fucking outnumbered. Never forget what that looks like. And he's still going to watch. He's still going to probably fucking do it just for the hell of it. Just because he's been itching to hurt somebody. That's all these psychopaths have.
Another fireworks shot off. There it goes. Powder from it.
Fuck off. Yeah, it doesn't take a second. 6:28, not even a half hour after somebody's been shot. We don't know even if there's bodies of people are dead. And these cocksuckers are already making fun of the death of civilians just like them. The people who are standing up, even if these scumfucks don't realize it, the people out here on the front lines are protesting for your right to protest.
This is ice being thrown at ICE. Pepper spray canister was dropped by an officer. Run back.
Fucking
grab it.
They can't do shit right, dude. Like, how many? We've seen multiple videos of these dipshits slipping on ice, dropping shit. This is the second thing he's dropped. Yesterday, or 2 days ago when we were watching the video, the dude just fucking dropped a flashbang out of nowhere. What? Fucking embarrassment. I'm hearing child and mom.
Tear gas has been deployed. Sorry.
They didn't even fire it at the crowd. They just threw tear gas out. God, these guys are fucking so stupid. Mr. Magoo ass fascist state for real. Adam 201028, thank you for $2. ICE should change their name to Gravy Seals. Gravy Seals is pretty good. I like Meal Team 6 myself.
A woman that's pregnant, that's 7 months years old, hidden in the fucking house right now. Let's not let these punk ass motherfuckers deflect on what the fuck is really going on here.
That is a real one, and I know it because I can tell he's been yelling into that microphone all fucking day. I can tell.
Let's see, I think we'll... Yeah, sorry.
All right, they're heading back to, I guess, the scene.
Yeah. We're going to walk back to the scene and see if we can talk to some people and see what more information we can get from people who might have been here earlier than us. Details, we're status quo. Would you mind talking to us?
I probably know as much as you, but there's a woman who's 38 weeks pregnant in the bottom of a duplex. The top half, there was a shooting that happened, and we don't know if it was a police or MPD or if it was a separate shooting. I'm not sure. The last thing I know is that they were trying to get a midwife into the bottom half because she is 30 weeks pregnant, and they were worried that she was going to give birth in the bottom.
Jesus.
Watch out, John.
Yeah.
So, sorry, if you might, anything else that you've heard that you know?
They blocked off 4 blocks around the perimeter, so no one is allowed in, and I'm not sure if the woman has received medical care yet. I really hope she has. And I heard that the person upstairs on the 2nd level is not coming out because they were scared of ICE, and I heard that there were shots. I'm not sure if that means the person was shot and is waiting, but we'll see, I guess.
We've heard that a younger person was shot in the leg.
I haven't heard about the leg. I heard that there was a person shot, and so it's likely that they could be waiting there. We don't know because we've just been running around. So I was going to go check it out to see if there was anybody else that had any update.
Thank you. Mind sharing your name?
Nathan Duncan, we still don't know.
Newspaper North News, and support your local media.
Thank you much.
Yeah, y'all know as much as we know. Is this happening right now? This is live right now in Minneapolis.
Well, they're to fend with. They're the real murderers. I mean, we don't have nothing to fend with. We don't have guns. They have the law protecting them. What do we have? What are they scared of? Why are they killing people? Why are they shooting people? We have nothing to fend with.
What brought you out here tonight? Are you part of one of the community?
Because it's another person shot. They're killing people. They're killing people. They're killing my people just because of their skin color. Even if we're citizens, they don't care. They're fucking racist.
What they've cleared the scene. They committed shots fired at the
They
people
shot
who are
someone.
understandably angry.
They went into a pregnant lady and her husband and her kids, and they shot the husband.
They shot the husband.
Okay,
Shot
so-
the husband.
Yes.
Was this part of a? Was this part of the like? Was it a direct raid? Was it a?
Okay, so
like,
we have
they do the driving by and like see somebody.
So here is the problem right now, and this is where I caution everybody, as I do with every kind of breaking situation, especially something as fraught as this. We now have from 3 different sources heard a kid, a pregnant woman, and a husband were shot. Do not spread information. Even I have put as the new stream title possible new ICE shooting, because we do not have confirmation, eyewitness sources, videos on any of this stuff. If you find any of it, please link it in chat. We will find it. We will go through it together right here. Unless it is violent or gory, in which case, please give me a heads up. We can say that we believe someone has been shot right now. And from that, you can still extrapolate so much information.
Be law enforcement officials.
Exactly. They're just here being criminals. They're not respecting our rights. They're not respecting the freedom of speech.
They ran. There's people understandably angry. They brought in a Bearcat. They brought in a military truck in here to your community. What is this experience like?
It's scary.
Is telling one person okay? I mean, if there is somebody in Minneapolis and you want to get the word out, all you should say at this point, if you want to spread the word on this, is, hey, somebody may have been shot. That's it. You need to do what any journalist is doing right now, trying to get the facts for yourself, trying to verify. You do not need to be, especially if you are in Minneapolis, if you're going to these protests, you do not need to be spreading misinformation. You do not need to be using other people's suffering for fucking internet points right now. I think there was a death, or at least I don't think they're going to make it. Jesus Christ. Carnell, send it to me on Discord. Has Jack... I know Jack... Bugs is in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis area, too. Jack hasn't made it out to the protest, has she?
Let me see if I can...
Law enforcement has claimed the man was Venezuelan. Yeah, they claim that shit about the people in Portland, too. If somebody else dies, Minneapolis is going to make the George Floyd protest look like Chuck E. Cheese.
Just want to remind people as we take a moment to reset after arriving on the scene and immediately
thank you, Carnell.
Seeing a military level presence to make sure that you can go to statuscoup.com/join and subscribe for only $5 a month, and we have an officer rushing through the crowd, armed.
Hey, if you tune in, they're chasing them.
Fuck you! Like, look at their dumbass sliding on the ice and shit. I was about to, like, ice, of course, yeah.
It's like somebody managed to pull his helmet off of his head.
They're gonna try to come. They're gonna. What?
I can't fucking believe this. I'm trying to see if somebody died, and I'm getting a fucking ad for Raid Shadow Legends on my phone.
Do you mind talking to Status Coup on camera for a moment? You mind talking to us on camera for a minute?
Yeah.
Did you get some chemical on you?
A little bit when they had just shooting right here. But you know what? Hey! I want everybody to listen up right here. This happened right here in our own community on 24th and Lindale. This the north side. This the heart of the community, yo. Everybody screaming out, this ain't our fucking problem. This is our fucking problem. This is our fucking fight. They're coming in our neighborhoods, going door to door, and they're shooting and they're killing us. What part don't anybody understand? It don't matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, Hmong, Somali, they're killing us. I should not be in our neighborhood. They should not be in our community. ICE need to be dismantled. Literally. Y'all still here?
Look, they're firing gas. Looks like they've been firing off some gas still in the area of the house where the shooting happened.
All right, I'm going to pause this really quick. We're going to go over to what happened here. This is over, I guess, closer to the scene.
It's taking a moment to get a little more set up. We're here. If you want to focus on them for a second. I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. They were there when we arrived. They seem to be cuffed, but they haven't moved. Yeah. The house. It's extremely icy.
All right, going back to where we were before.
Looks like they've been firing off.
Yeah, honestly, with as fucking stupid as ICE agents are, everybody's probably seen the video by now of the dude slipping out of the cuffs and just getting away. Bolt cutters, probably pretty good idea to have, honestly. Bolt cutters and universal keys, which you can buy on Amazon, by the way. So there's no... The ICE drop just loaded magazine, fucking
road,
of course.
Trying to get to the house. It's extremely icy.
Jesus Christ. This guy's also streaming from the site. All right, thank you, mZombie. All right, let's see what this guy's doing for a second. Whoa, I guess not. It is no longer on Twitch.
You can see you can hear helicopters above.
Yeah. All right, let's find another way. Yeah.
If you wrap this way and take this block, you can get to the other end of the kettle.
Can we go up that way and then we lose the...
Strange Links works for you. It might just be on my end. I don't know why. All right, they're on YouTube too. What's their channel?
As we're running around the block.
Hang on, I'm looking it up really quick.
I'm gonna try to remind everybody again.
I got it.
That the only way we're down here is through your support.
All right, we're gonna pause this really quick while they're getting going. We're gonna listen to Mercado. Here we go.
Everybody screaming out this.
All right, so this is right next to them. Or is this the one I was just on? Nope, this is Mercado Media. All right, so this is different cats. Okay, but they're also running same spot.
This is a shortcut, supposed to be.
Okay. This is a smart thing to do, by the way. This is what I did when I was in Washington, D.C., when I was in L.A., is if you can find other independent journalists who are kind of in your same range, tagging together is a really good idea. That way you don't get split up. You don't get singled out by either law enforcement or like counter protesters or really anybody else. Because being alone in these spots is fucking dangerous. So like, for example, if I were out here, I would be doing the same shit. I would be following these cats around. Oh, shit. All right. So there is a shit ton of ICE officers near, I'm guessing, what the site of the shooting is.
Fuck you, fucking traitors! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, Hammock, if you haven't been keeping up with, I've been trying to find more of the videos, but ICE has been absolutely abusing people in St. Paul, have been following the happenings on Reddit. Exactly. It is so... There have been so many things. So many people having the shit beat out of them, dragged out of their car, harassed, arrested. I wasn't exaggerating when I said it's a city under siege, because it is going to continue getting worse. They are going to continue trying to escalate to violence.
I record behind that mask. I can still identify you, I promise you.
Pretend not to
Even
be
behind that fucking mask. Trials are coming.
Where's your family?
Trials are coming, you cowards. Trials are coming, cowards. Who did you shoot this time? Who did you shoot this
Terra
time?
11 has something on it.
Patriot fuck. I served in the Army for 13 years to wear that uniform, and your fucking fat ass did 47 days of training to wear it because you're a fucking Meal Team 6 Gravy Seal motherfucker.
I like this guy.
You couldn't fucking walk a day in my shoes, you fucking slumbag. Neither could you. Fix that fucking helmet. You're like a fucking soup sandwich. If I was your fucking sergeant, you'd be fucking pushing the fucking dirt now. You fucking slumbag motherfuckers. Shoot me, bitch. Shoot me, bitch. Shoot me, bitch.
I think we're one more and then one to the right. Like around that.
You're not getting them.
Oh yeah, I would absolutely be interested in going over to New England.
Federal law enforcement officer. Very, very little word from
All right, here
city
we're gonna,
officials or
which is a bad fucking sign.
Have been looking to arrest illegal immigrants in our community. This, of course, has become a very hot button political issue and has focused a lot of attention from the Trump administration onto Minnesota. Originally, the surge in ICE agents, the Trump administration said, were sent here to deal with massive fraud in our state, often involving members of the Somali community. After that shooting of Renee Good, however, a week ago, they sent an even larger federal immigration presence here to Minnesota. In
Minneapolis police squad cars that I hadn't seen before, but it looks like they just drove away from the scene. They had their lights and a little bit of sirens going on too. There was also one unmarked vehicle that was within those vehicles that just left. So it looks like, to answer your question that you just asked me a few minutes ago, it looks like at this point in time, police are in fact leaving the scene as protesters continue to show up. So the crowd is getting bigger. At the same time, what we just witnessed is police leaving.
Right, hopefully indicating that that scene can die down. We know that sometimes just the mere presence of MPD or the federal officers tends to agitate and get people a little more aggressive. Joe McCoy is also on scene. Earlier, he saw some of those anti-ICE protesters throwing ice and snowballs at officers and swearing at them. What are you seeing now, Joe?
Julie, I want to show you the line of federal agents behind me, and this is noteworthy because when we got here on scene around 8, this line of now a couple dozen federal agents was only about 5 or 6 federal agents that were keeping the peace here, and we're trying to keep this perimeter. But now they have brought in 2 to 3 dozen federal agents to try to keep protesters back.
So that's what we're seeing here on 2 of the feeds that we got up. I got 3 feeds up right now I'm watching. This is fucking bad. Because, and I'm willing to bet that a couple of things that right now DHS and ICE are just as nervous about whatever the fuck happened as everybody else. But the fact that they are ramping up massively tells me that they are getting ready to... It seems to me that they are getting ready to launch some kind of response. Like this is a anti-protest line, and they even have the people you can see right back there. In the far back, they have a secondary line.
Information for 1 hour. An hour ago, they put on X that they're aware of reports of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in North Minneapolis. Associated Press now confirming that that was one person they say was shot in the leg. Neighbors in that area sent us videos earlier tonight, and according to those neighbors, they did hear some shots fired. During the video that they sent us, we saw MPD asking them to go back into their home.
All right, I will be right back.
Questioning whether they legally had to do that. Officers saying, we want you to do that for your safety. During the course of that conversation, we were already hearing flashbangs in the background as ICE agents form a perimeter blocking off that area at 24th and Lyndale in the Hawthorne neighborhood where all of this has been transpiring, and as word starts to spread, escalating. More people are showing up to the scene. Joe McCoy's been there for about a half an hour. Joe, we can see behind you as you're talking, people walking up to that scene.
Yeah, exactly, Julie. The crowd only continues to grow. There was a couple dozen protesters here when we arrived on scene about 30 to 45 minutes ago. Now I would say there's at least 100, if not more, protesters that are here. And you may hear in the background, you hear these whistles, and these protesters keep blowing these whistles. And what their intention is with doing that is to alert others in the neighborhood that ICE is here and that there is ICE activity going on. And as you just mentioned, Julie, the AP reporting that one man was shot in the leg. I'm sure as word of that gets out, that more protesters will start to come to the scene. I want to kind of take people back to what we have seen in the 45 minutes we have been here. We saw an ambulance leave the scene right when we got here, and that was when there was only a couple dozen protesters. But that group has to continue to grow as, here we go, Julie, more chemical irritants being deployed. And there are some flashbangs, Julie.
All right, Joe, we're going to let you
disperse the crowd here.
Okay, we're going to let you get to safe.
What did I fucking say? What did I just fucking say? They will attempt to kill you. They will shoot at you and fire at you. And if you get mad about it, they will kill you even more. There is one cure for a rabid animal. An animal that cannot be controlled and attacks without reason, reflexively, and does not stop attacking. It is not something that can be fucking cured. Goddamn great coverage from the people on the ground right now. Amazing coverage. At any fucking point, they could be targeted, and they know it. Status Quo just got hit.
Oh, it looks like on the ground.
And rubber bullet.
Yeah, they did.
Or for what? Like what?
Watch this shit. Watch this. They were just interviewing this old woman sitting. Does this look like Antifa to you? Does this look like the picture of radical leftist destruction, wanton terror, Hamas, that you are constantly being fucking sold by everybody?
Respond to?
I'm not part of any particular group. I'm just really angry. I have grandchildren and children that live here.
What has this been like seeing? I mean, we have federal troops on the ground. They're raiding people's homes. They're shooting people. What has it been like? Your just kind of gut response from seeing this?
Well, like I told the ICE people up there, this is the first time I've ever really felt hate. That's what it feels like.
Can you? What do you mean by hate?
Angry. I hate what they're doing. I hate them for doing it.
Jesus.
I'm not a violent person, but
Should protesters get gas masks? Absolutely.
if I were, I would be doing more than I'm doing.
There's been an incredible community response to these acts of violence against your community. Has that given you kind of any hope
Jada Pride, thank you for subscribing.
What's been happening, or for what can happen in the future?
What it has done more than anything is drive a wedge between me and some of my family members.
What do you mean by that?
I have a sister who voted for President Trump, and I have a brother who voted for President Trump. My brother has recognized the error of his ways. My sister has not.
I got family like that.
When it's not just kind of like politics.
Somebody asking, do people bring goggles to these protests given the amount of tear gas and pepper spray? It is less. Goggles are like fine for, I mean, not really, because both tear gas and pepper spray, they don't just, if you've never been in a tear gas cloud, like, okay, so for example, when I was tear gassed in LA, I had a gas mask, but it lingers and coagulates and gathers around the edges and still like can leave chemical burns the longer you're exposed to it. Tear gas and pepper spray are chemical irritants. They are not just like a thing you can avoid. If you are in the presence of them, it will sting, it will hurt. Like there are a reason why they are so cruel to use. But that being said, if you plan on going to any protest, yes, you absolutely should have a gas mask. The difference a fucking gas mask makes at a protest with tear gas it's night and day. It's insane. I don't ever want, I will go to a protest if I have to. I do not want to ever go to one without.
You know, like we used to, during, like the Bush Clinton,
Don't ever talk Feds without an attorney present. Exactly.
Get out of the area. Get back there.
Jesus. That came right at the fucking camera.
Oh, I got hit in the head really bad.
Oh my God.
Out of the blue, police are moving forward.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Firing. I got hit in the head, man.
Jesus Christ. I hope they're fucking okay.
Been shooting off munitions again. I'm not quite sure what I was hit in the head by. I was turned, had my back stupidly to the federal officers. So I believe it was something that they threw or...
Somebody's saying I've never had, tear gas, but my friends tell me it sucks. If you've never had it, you weren't prepared for it. Like straight up. It's something you don't understand until you go through it. And by the time you think like, oh, okay, maybe I can avoid this, it's already too late. If you are in a protest line and they fire it, first off, they fire tear gas past the protest line, so you have to run through the smoke to escape from it, because your only two options will be getting kettled, running right into them, and they're going to beat you or shoot you even more, and then they're going to take you out, or you run through the smoke to try and get to safety, in which case they will still be shooting you in the back. The shit sucks. I cannot express enough. Tear gas fucking sucks. It's why if you ever watch these protests and watch footage from on the ground, you will constantly see people. The first time I was ever tear gassed, the crowd completely did not expect it. There were a bunch of, it was a very casual protest that there were women and children at. And I still remember the image of a mother trying to help her kid puke her guts out. Because that's another effect it can have. It can make you nauseous. It can make you throw up. It fucking sucks.
I'm sorry? Yes, status quo. Would you mind talking to us for a moment?
Sure. I follow you guys. I'm a member.
What? Okay, we're gonna. I think it's really dark right now. Oh, there we go.
Hi.
Let me move you a little bit closer so we can get a bit more into the light.
Make sure he gets fucking
okay?
checked, please.
Okay, got hit with a stick. We're we're hiding in the bushes right now.
I'll survive.
What? It's a very thing. What? Why are you out here tonight?
Okay, so I'm in a memberhood watch group, and there was a call put out there is a pregnant woman who was in her house surrounded by ICE. She was afraid that she was going to go into labor. And so the community gathered to try and protect her. And by the time we got here, I mean, I was 8 minutes away, and the Minneapolis Police Department had, I don't know, it was completely taped off. We couldn't get through. Heard a shot, heard some flashbangs. People were trying to figure out what was going on. Some ambulances went in. I don't think she was injured, and I think she had a child with her, but I heard someone got shot in the leg. It's like, what is going on?
What? I mean, this is...
all they would have to do is go. They don't have to be here. And we would go home. I want to go home. It's kind of cold out.
It's fucking cold
this
out.
This has been going on, like, it's a constant drumbeat.
You got the Jolly Good Ginger here in North Minneapolis with us.
Shows a person on the ground. I don't see any movement at all across 4 minutes. Stella says she sees the person breathing. Take that for what you will. People were not acting like it was a dead body, which I realize isn't a lot to go on, but
we have heard the whistles.
I think that was just somebody laying down on the ground, honestly.
The Twin Cities, the whistles of anti-ICE protesters trying to alert their friends and
if I'm fucking wrong, I'm fucking
that
wrong.
There's ICE activity in their neighborhood. You can see our vantage point now. Lots
But the fact that people are not still covering him, and like it tells me that that person is probably at the very least
Joe
fine.
McCoy has been on scene now for about an
Or, well,
hour and a
not
half.
fine.
What
They
are
got
you seeing,
fucking
Joe,
arrested, but-
and how has it changed in the last half hour or so from your vantage point?
Well, Julie, perfect example here. This is what ICE agents are deploying. An example, these are Stinger rubber balls. These are being shot to the ground at these protesters. Julie.
No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. Here's another problem with local news coverage is that they still accept the narratives being handed out by the media, by the media apparatus, the liaisons, and everything else that are saying like, well, ICE agents are trained to do this. They are trained to do this. Yeah. They are trained to not shoot this at people's heads. We just sat through the footage of me in LA where they were firing at protesters' fucking heads. They are trained not to shoot this shit and shoot shrapnel at people's faces. We just saw footage of somebody in Santa Ana losing their fucking eye and maybe still struggling for their life because they got shrapnel embedded in their face because an ICE agent shot them from 5 feet away. You cannot, it is beyond irresponsible for a local news station or any media organization to be taking them at their word for what they're doing right now.
We have seen in the past 45 minutes to an hour what we've been there is this increased escalation. When we first got here on scene, there were a couple dozen protesters maybe and 5 or 6 ICE agents that were holding a line in a perimeter. And now, as you can see, there's at least 100 to 200 protesters here. And this line of ICE agents that has grown significantly in the past 30 minutes. We have seen significant clashes between these ICE agents and the protesters as ICE agents have deployed chemical irritant, they have deployed pepper balls, they've deployed those rubber, almost grenade-looking things as I showed you earlier. So what will happen is that the ICE agents will hold this line here, and then the protesters will advance, and eventually the ICE agents will shoot those chemical irritants to back them up, and that's just happened repeatedly. What we are seeing from the protesters is, of course, chanting, and they're extremely angry and agitated with these ICE agents and what they're doing in our communities, and the protesters will then throw
Oxpecker, it's not a fucking
or ice at these federal agents, Julie. But
it's not a clash.
Has only grown significantly in the hour that we have been here, and it doesn't look like these people plan to go home anytime soon.
Well, I'm curious
yeah, I'm
because
also
it appears
getting
from
a
Bess's statement that the officer involved and the man who was shot have both left the scene and are in the hospital. So I'm curious how long ICE will remain in that area.
Oh, we're gonna fucking hear about how the poor ICE agent got a boo-boo now. Cause fucking dumb fuck Mac Shack dipshit McGee, that asshole who shot Renee, apparently had internal bleeding when he fucking walked it off. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, we've been watching Cheeky Bass. We've been watching. We have 3 different streams up right now covering it. This is Midas Touch, which is Status Quo News. This is Mercado Media, who's done a really great job of covering it as well. And then we have local Minneapolis news. How do you get internal bleeding from being hit by a car? You could get it if you were hit very hard, but not from that. Somebody was asking me something. Carnell. All right. The excuse people are giving right now is the person attacked ICE with a shovel, but we saw what attacked with the car looked like. Do you personally hope that ICE was justified or no? No. I mean, like, look, they aren't justified. Any law enforcement officer, and here is one of the biggest problems with law enforcement reform and police reform in the country, is that when people argue about what that should look like, de-escalation is always the first place you should start. Because officers are trained, and again, ICE officers are not police, but they're being treated with all of the pomp and circumstance of police officers. They're being let off the chain. And that includes being justified to retaliate in any way against any perceived slight. This is the culture of policing in America, as it has been for forever, and has continued to ramp up in the last couple decades particularly. Any encounter with any officer, the officer's first response should be attempts at de-escalation. That is the problem. I do not care if somebody is swinging a shovel. When you are kitted out in military gear and you say that you are working for the public good and you say you are working to protect citizens, then you should be able to put your fucking self on the line and take one hit. If you want to advertise yourself as being a self-sacrificing, valiant hero, you want to have the DHS and all these fucking cocksuckers talk about how just valorous and selfless and self-sacrificing and brave you are, then you better fucking be brave and self-sacrificing. Not a chicken shit little dick motherfucker like these assholes who, if you look at them wrong, they'll have a fucking meltdown, piss their pants, and shoot you in the fucking face. I hate it. I'm tired of it. And again, there is no American right now that I will blame for taking a swing at ICE. People who are unaccountable, masked goons, armed, going in, shooting people, assaulting their neighbors, murdering, raping, trafficking, unaccountably. And we have all of these things verified. And if somebody takes a swing at them, because guess what? They don't know if that's an actual ICE agent. They don't know if somebody's going to rape them or rob them or kill them or take something from them. And just say they're ICE. And we know ICE's tactic is to be as unaccountable as possible, go in, demand shit, provide no ID, no cover, no anything, and just expect everybody to acquiesce. But that is not how it fucking works. So I absolutely do not, it would take a lot for me to blame a civilian for a shovel.
Who isn't white? And I don't know, I just feel like as white people we gotta step the fuck up. Yesterday, 10 years ago, 10 years before that, 10 years before that, 10 years before that. Just, our fucking neighbors are at risk and we need to be in the streets every fucking day.
Ben Tramer, we've talked about it. Yeah, there have been several cases of ICE officers sexually assaulting and very likely trafficking women in ICE custody. And then keep in mind, again, I want you to keep in mind the kind of people that gravitate towards this, the kind of power dynamics they indulge in and enjoy. And I want you to keep in mind the unaccountable pipeline of people, migrants, both minors and adults, who are being black-sided, black-bagged with no due process. Nobody knows where they're going or when they're going to get there. And I guarantee you that there are people being trafficked. I guarantee you that there are people in ditches right now that were in ICE custody and just didn't show up, and people just went, oh, okay. That is the scale and level of depravity that these motherfuckers are perpetuating. We do, the things that we know are the things that we can see through cameras like this, through reporting like this. Consider everything they don't want you to see if we get to see this shit.
I've been screaming about this for, we can't even count the years of how long, hundreds of years, thousands of years all across the globe. Just the spread of colonialism is bullshit. We can't have a colonist mindset. They're having a colonist mindset and using us as pawns. They're using immigration as a fucking playground to see how far they can push all of us. And people need to recognize this is about all of us.
I did. I saw the Lost magazine video.
We might want to move back a little bit.
Something else is going on.
Yeah. Stay safe. Stay safe. Sorry, I'm just seeing them move forward a bit on the other side. Especially with this happening.
Yeah, Rat Daddy U, I have no doubt they've been letting people die. Yeah. Like again, we get the best we get from media that is still culpable in a lot of this shit, by the way. But the best that we can get and hope for is reports on Alligator Alcatraz months after the shit happens. Undercover and whistleblower reports on the way people are being treated after they've already left the country. That's the shit we are getting the most immediacy for. What people in ICE are doing now, what is not being shown, I do not have proof, but I feel it in my bones. As somebody who has spent copious amounts of time studying cruelty, studying the evil that people do to one another, and how those things are disseminated, how they are hidden, how they are covered up, I have plenty of fucking videos on my channel. Plenty of documentaries I've done. Plenty of in-depth reporting I've done. If you don't believe me that I have reasons to feel this, and I feel it very deeply, that there is so much horrible shit we have not even begun to scratch the fucking surface of.
All the way down where the shooting and house is. We have police like
TechnoGal, how long do we get leaks of the more heinous crimes? I wonder. I don't know how much longer. Well, okay, so there was a whistleblower that leaked 4,500 ICE members' data. I believe that was to the New York Post. And then Kash Patel announced that they are in custody today. And they raided the Washington Post journalist who they were talking to. So that's where whistleblowing is right now. That's where the fourth estate and the idea of keeping checks and balances on the government with media is right now. M Zombie, this is just the start. Once they're given standing orders to shoot civilians or whatever, it's all over. I don't fucking think so. No, you want to know why? Look at these streets. American cities are uniquely treacherous terrain to do any kind of real battle in. Because you have a shit ton of residential buildings with multiple stories, multiple windows. Was that on the other side of this? No, fucking what? There we go.
Blocking off this portion of Lyndale Avenue, which is where we are. We're on the intersection of Lyndale and 23rd. And some of these protesters have been directly in confrontation with these officers verbally, telling them, shame on you, who are you here protecting, calling them cowards. I will say that when we first arrived on the scene, which was about perhaps 45 minutes ago or so now.
Exactly. Awesome Stella, no form of urban warfare that could take place in America has ever been seen. Like, and not since the Civil War. And like Civil War, we were still talking battlefields and battle lines. Like, we have not seen the extent of urban warfare, guerrilla warfare in America that are entirely possible. Like, let me put it to you like this. If you look at the setup of any street that a group of ICE officers are walking down out in the open, every single, and if there were, let's just say, for the sake of argument, if we were invaded by Russians or Al-Qaeda or North Koreans or whatever, put any number of PS3 first-person shooter video game scenarios in your head for a opposing faction. Not natural Americans. Of course not. Americans would never fire on Americans, right? So say you've got the North Koreans, you've got the home front situation happening. If you were to have snipers, crossfires at any of these intersections, none of them would know what hit them. Not a single one. They wouldn't be able to retaliate. There is so much cover. The tactical possibilities. This is not like, because I've seen people talk about Waco. It is not just about counteracting one position. It is not just about defending and them neutralizing a defendable position. In urban warfare like this, it becomes about striking from anywhere and everywhere at once, which they are not prepared for.
Minneapolis and anti-ICE protesters are starting to gather there in mass.
Oh, yeah. Adam201, thank you for $5. The media is being complicit because they don't want to lose access to government sources. Almost certainly, but also, like, in the case of places like CBS, I think, I wish Mercado would go somewhere else. In places like CBS, because it seems like, unfortunately, the libbed up station has some of the best footage going
Some
right
of the
now.
federal agents, at least, are leaving.
Yeah, this is going to continue escalating, unfortunately. Yeah, that footage. I can see it 5 vantage points just in that crosswalk. Exactly. And accepting it doesn't mean being okay with it. That is also very true. I think people need to understand that what I'm saying is not incitement to violence. It is hypothetical. It is the hypothetical realism of what we could be dealing with. Cops are protecting ICE again here? Of course they fucking are. The arms of the state will not protect your community. They will protect the state. Ignogun, thank you for following. Tatrarch, thank you for following. Quiet Crisis. If it comes down to that, I'm afraid the technological difference is just too much. I disagree. People have already brought up Vietnam. Like, we lost in Vietnam. We lost in Afghanistan. We had the technical mastery over both of those places. And what do you think? If we escalate, okay. Again, let us say, hypothetically, sake of argument type shit, if it gets to the point of escalating to where there are street-bound militias, what is the next step for them? Do they start leveling entire city blocks with drones? How long do you think the rest of America would side with them? How long do you think everybody else will have? How long do you think the own military will keep obeying them? Lady Az, thank you for $10. FYI, for anyone going to these protests, don't bring smartphones. They track via string, Ray. Use simple/flip phones if you can. Most people would have to probably buy a burner for that, I think. Let's see Paul Allen's card. It would take 12 seconds to neutralize a militia against the actual military. Yeah, if they, like, sure, if you're talking about people who are backwoods boogaloo types, yes, absolutely. If you're talking about people who are actually smart and know their environment versus, again, people who are shuttled in from fucking Texas to go beat the shit out of and shoot apparently pregnant women in Minneapolis, they are fighting on unfamiliar ground, from the climate to the community to the buildings to the way everything is set up. Technology is not the be-all, end-all. Is there no? Oh, yeah. Man shot in leg. Okay, so we have confirmation, it's sounding like, from the Associated Press that there was somebody shot in the leg. I'm going to hear what this guy has to say.
Fucking problem.
I think this is the same cat as before.
Another reminder to head over to statuscoup.com/join and subscribe and support our independent journalism on the grounds in Minneapolis for weeks.
Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE!
Put that one. Awesome, Stella. I do have to start wrapping. Like, I still have probably an hour or so, but put that video in the docket because I do want to watch that next stream. If it's not abundantly clear, the shit is not over in Minneapolis by a long shot.
We have an update. Governor Tim Walz on Wednesday night sharply criticized the federal government's law enforcement presence in Minnesota, saying it is no longer about immigration enforcement, but has become a, quote, campaign of organized brutality. Quote, they're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers at grocery stores, bus stops, and even our schools, Walz said. They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into marked vans. So far as we've heard, there has been no call by the governor to call out the National Guard, to use state troopers, to use any of his powers to actually protect his citizenry against the violence that the federal government is committing. Meanwhile, the president has declared that he will be cutting massive federal funding to states, many states across the country, but especially Minnesota was named.
Right now, if you want a summation of how fucking cooked the informational space is right now, we have another shooter situation right now in Minneapolis, and I'm looking at, on my other screen, I am looking at today's news via X. Top 3 stories for me. I don't give a fuck about sports, by the way, so fuck your X algorithm. Kentucky stuns LSU. Verizon outage disrupts calls, texts, and data. And then number 3, investigator uncovers $16 million more in Minnesota welfare fraud. That's what Elon Musk and the platforms that are currently regulating your news and creating an entire new worldview to support this bullshit are showing you. Can blue states withhold taxes from the feds? I would hope so. That would be fucking rad.
According to DHS, I want to be clear that it is.
What the fuck happened here?
It is according to the government, not according to proper journalism. A federal officer shot a Venezuelan man this evening in Minneapolis after the Department of Homeland Security described as an ambush. The agency said the officer had been conducting.
Well, everybody, I completely advocate and understand leaving X, and I absolutely agree with it. I cannot. It is part of the information ecosystem. I have to be a part of so I can bring you shit like this. Like, that being said, completely fucking 100% advocate everybody else go over to Blue Sky. God, I wish I didn't have to fucking be there. I hate it so much.
And also began attacking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick, the Homeland Security Department said, fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals. The officer described as an ambush, the agency said. The officer had been conducting a targeted traffic stop at 6:50 p.m. local time.
Bullshit.
When the man left in a vehicle which crashed into a parked car.
What do we want to bet they're going to say that they were ambushed by the child and the pregnant lady? Like, again, these motherfucking guys who we're constantly told, oh, they're such fucking alpha chads. Look at how valorous and brave they are. And they're going to get they're afraid of getting their ass kicked by pregnant lady and their kid. Fuck out.
And then ran away, the department said in a statement. As the officer pursued the man who the department said was in the country illegally, he assaulted the officer, according to the statement. Again, according to the government, the DHS. During the struggle, 2 people came out of an apartment and attacked the officer with snow shovel and a broom handle, according to the statement. The man got loose and also began attacking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick, the Homeland Security Department said, fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals. The officer fired defensive shots to defend his life. Whoa, we got pepper pellets moving. This way. Oh, all around us. Far into the crowd. Whoa, watch out for the car here, John. Yep, watch out for the car, though.
Come here.
Try.
Yeah, where the a shovel and a
Munitions and
broomstick? Was
tear
he
gas
fucking
have
dual
once
wielding it? Was it? All right, now here's my question: Was it like a Chuck Green situation? Is that the? Like, was it one of these? Is this the type of shit ICE is on? This is the kind. I think this is probably the kind of thing that ICE is going to be, the type of bullshit they're going to be like, no, you don't understand. This is high tech. This is top of the line. This is, of course, top of the line Antifa operation here, where we see we know exactly what the Antifers use for their Soros Chinese backed agenda. It's do we why are you doing this? Why are you like this? Stop it. I'm trying to do a thing here. There we go. Yeah, one of these bad boys. This is the type of shit. This is the type of shit that ICE agents are worried about, right here. They're worried about. Yeah, no, the Venezuelan immigrant came at me with the Dead Rising 3. Fucking unbelievable shit. That shit is fucking scary. 8 Wheel Feet, thank you for $10. Emotionally immature losers took over our government, but I have faith the Grumps will eventually prevail. We saw earlier. And also, thank you, Adam201 for $2. DHS will say the fetus was causing danger to ICE. Unironically, probably would. We saw earlier some high schoolers leading marches and speeches from Minneapolis that are fucking absolutely inspiring. If you haven't seen their speeches yet, please go do it. This is like, look at this. We are going to be seeing images and pictures like this all fucking year in American streets, American cities. They're starting fires. Somebody's saying there was a bad chemical reaction on the line. Oh, hey, Tony. Emilio Face, thank you for following. About 7 minutes ago on Status Quo's stream. Oh, there it is. Fuck. All right, here we go. We got a bad... Jesus Christ. All right.
Pepper pellets moving.
This way.
Oh, all around
Translator.
us. Far into the crowd.
Do you know what the green gas is?
Whoa, watch out for the car here.
Probably tear gas.
Yep, watch out for the car, though.
Come here.
Try.
Well, all the tear gas I've seen is white. But I mean, like that can change with colors and back, like the back lighting and stuff.
Munitions and tear gas have once again deployed. Whoa.
It's tear gas illuminated by fluorescent light. Yep.
Ooh, there's a small fire behind us being set. That's set by the gas canister.
Somebody asked, would this line up with the armament being cheaply made? I think it's like probably a little bit of the armament being cheaply made, but it's probably more so that these dipshits just don't understand how to use any of their shit.
A little blurry thanks to the gas. They're still shooting pepper pellets into the crowd, at least based on the noise. Well, they're shooting canisters.
Look at that. That's... Oh, my God.
Tear gas amongst the crowd for some reason. If they were actually trying to... A little blurry thanks to the gas. They're still shooting pepper pellets into the crowd, at least based on the noise. Well, they're shooting canisters.
Can anybody in Minneapolis? Can anybody verify what church that is? Because I think I lived here. If that's the church I think it is, I lived in this fucking building over here for like 5 months.
Of tear gas amongst the crowd for some reason. If they were actually trying to get people to move or leave.
If you can find out if that is a Lutheran church in Minneapolis.
We are still here.
Oh, give me a second. If that's near Uncle Frankie's. Central Lutheran. I don't believe it's that one. I believe it was Calvary. Okay. Yep, this looks like the place. Okay, never mind. My little moment here.
Leave.
We are still here.
No, I don't think it's the same one. All right. Where is it? It's so fucking hard to see. No, I don't think it is. Okay, that's that. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Sources are saying this is happening near 23rd and Lindale Street. Okay. It's nowhere near Frankie's. That's northeast. Okay. Yeah, if it's Uncle Frankie's, because I was within like a 5-minute walk of Uncle Frankie's. Fuck, I miss Uncle Frankie's. Fuck, dude. Oh, Minneapolis
We have,
food, dog.
Police officers behind us, I believe. Based on the lights, at least. Eyes are a little blurry thanks to the gas. They're still shooting pepper pellets into the crowd, which at least based on the noise.
Yeah, let's go. All right. Be on the front protest line. Let's go see what the Homeland Security. Fuck off. All right, and all this bullshit. I'm so tired of these posting motherfuckers, this constant, whingy, mealy-mouthed, unable to take any accountability. Joe Biden, at 6:50 p.m., federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. Just fucking sack up and take a little bit of fucking accountability for your Gestapo bullshit. I'm so tired. It's so annoying to keep watching these motherfuckers just be like, yes, Joe Biden did it. Fuck off. The dude was on his deathbed leaving the fucking office. He didn't do, all right. Again, here's the thing. Did Joe Biden do everything? Is he the grand mastermind behind this George Soros plan? Or was he so inept and so just mentally feeble and he had AutoPen do everything and he was being controlled and he was a puppet? Because you fucking can't have both. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle, crashed into a parked car. Law enforcement officer, because they're so brave, caught up to the subject on foot. Also, law enforcement, if it was a DHS officer, this is them using a law enforcement officer to, again, obscure what they actually are and what responsibilities they have. Attempt to apprehend him, he began to resist arrest and violently assault the officer. The subject of, I'm sure that they were reading him the Miranda rights, and I'm absolutely sure that they fucking were following orders and announced who they were. Subject and law enforcement were in the struggle on the ground. Two subjects came out of a nearby apartment, also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. Officer got ambushed and attacked by two individuals. The original subject got loose, began striking with a shovel or broomstick. Fearing for his life and safety as he was ambushed by three, I guarantee one of these people was a fucking child. All three subjects ran back and barricaded themselves inside. The attacked officer and subject are both in the hospital. Both attackers are in custody. Did you put the baby in custody too? This attack on another, again, listen to the fucking propaganda spin here. This attack on another brave member of law enforcement took place while Minnesota's top leaders, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, are actively encouraging an organized resistance to ICE and federal law enforcement officers. Fuck you. Resist. Keep resisting, motherfucker.
So at least two helicopters flying above, watching the scene. Still many more.
Meredith Navin, I'm sorry I've been ignoring your jokes. This has been a serious stream. Thank you for $5 to bring up the mood a bit. I'm in Australia and it's summer here, so it's so hot that all of my gender fluid friends are now gender vapor. Very good. Very well done. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Sources are saying this happened near... Oh, yes, I already read that one. Slapping me, it's right. They can't pick a lane, just like how illegals are simultaneously buying all the houses and taking all the jobs and are lazy and taking handouts. Yes, they will buy your houses, but then get on welfare and make $400 a month. But at the same time, they're stealing all of your money, and it's fucking nonsense. Awesome. Good news moment. Heard from another student. They're safe in the area. That is great to hear. No, exactly, Volgar. It's not even Trende Aragua anymore because they dropped the premise about their bullshit of there being like this mega drug gang that is importing shit all the time. It just became like, oh well, they're just from Venezuela, I guess. They're just mad about like fucking Maduro or something. Is I guess the narrative?
Oh, it's like they're shooting pepper pellets again.
All right, give me 1 second.
ISIL people. Yes. Yeah.
Hey, can you where we were? Can you? I'll come over there. Good. So looking, I'll come over there. Be careful.
All right, let's.
You can see, which would get people to move back, or at least disperse. We have a tear gas.
I don't know what this This one is, yeah, probably.
That's a tear gas can.
Oh, that's this one?
Tear gas canister.
That's tear gas. That's
Oh, you gotta run.
Yeah, this is what they're shooting. They're shooting this shit at people, man. It's a freaking rubber round.
Oh, they shot a rubber round.
Yeah, they're shooting at people.
Okay.
This can cause organ bleeding. If you get hit by them.
One person got shot in the eye and got blinded today, so.
Buy one of these.
Yeah.
This shit should not be happening here in the U.S. or fucking, let alone in our goddamn home state. Where are you guys from? New York. New York.
Virginia. We're with the status quo.
Oh, okay.
What you're carrying weapons of war? You're carrying weapons of war in your hand. What is? I mean, I always say, how does that make you feel that like other Americans are shooting Americans in the streets?
Dude, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I live in a fucking cushy house in the suburbs, 45 minutes from here, but I was sitting at home every day pissed off looking at social media, and I went to see the Renee Good thing, and I felt moved to come and fucking...
Do you see the commonality between all these people they're interviewing? Do you see it? Because we watched an entire group of young, principled protesters go feel moved by what they knew was right to organize and march out and march on the state capitol. And every other person and especially, I want you to keep an eye on the amount of white people. The amount of white people that you would look at, like this guy, you would look at him and probably go, yeah, you know, he probably voted for Trump, probably voted for Obama once or twice, maybe voted for Biden and then Trump again. Just looks like a regular run of the road, could be anybody's dad white dude. Doesn't look good, doesn't look bad. And these are the people who are watching this shit happen and are fucking tired of it. These are the people waking up to what is actually happening because their neighbors are being killed. Their neighbors are being kidnapped. The people that they know in their communities are being unjustly persecuted, and they are fucking tired of it. It is not just this idea that these protests are paid for and there's people behind them is fucking bullshit, because when you talk to any of these people, they are the people who punch your ticket in a parking lot. They are the people who bag your groceries. They are the people who are working your construction jobs. They are the people who are fixing your fucking car. They are everywhere. The lifeblood of America is pissed off and is trying to fight the infection. There is no part of the system that is safe, so every part of the system is going to start fighting back.
We have a fucking 5,000 square foot home. You know,
you probably, it sounds like you don't fit the definition of the.
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else.
What? Yeah, you don't fit the definition of the you know.
This coverage has been so wonderful for these exact reasons.
Who you are, where you came from, what color you are, it doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong.
How do you...
And you know, no offense to social media guys, I know you guys are, but I go online, right, and I see certain people, and they're fucking lying the whole goddamn time. And that's the other thing that's drawing me down here, because somebody has to fucking report the goddamn truth. The media is too scared to talk about it because you got the fucking asshole and president that doesn't fucking, you know, he fucks everybody over every time they open their mouth.
I love this
like
guy.
Going
this guy
back,
fucking
going
whips.
back to
this
home
guy
to community,
whips.
what do people say that's happening down here?
Dude, they're all the same. They all fucking sit in their goddamn house just like I was. I don't even talk to half the people in our neighborhood, to be honest with you.
Do you think that this has like caused more of a divide, like within where you're living?
No. You know what's going to happen is it's eventually going to affect them. It will eventually affect them. Oh shit!
Yeah, they're moving. They seem to be moving back. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
No, to be honest with you, so I know why they're down here, because this is where, you know, it's not super wealthy, it's poor. Actually, this area here where you guys are standing right now, that fucking building right there is all Crips. The one back there is all Crips. This is a bad area. So I'm surprised when gunshots didn't go off that these guys didn't come out of their house and start shooting. This is not the area I would normally be in.
Do you feel as though that like this is that the what's happening here in Minneapolis, also in St. Paul. I mean,
if there's going to be
tracking ICE.
Look, if there's time to put shit like Bloods and Crips aside for community, if there is time to come together and put all that petty bullshit down, it's right fucking now.
Realize what's happening or turn?
They know what's happening, but here's the thing. Where I live, it's the majority conservatives, so they approve of this shit. You know, that's the problem. I don't approve of this. I grew up different. My parents fucking raised me to care about people. I don't give a fucking shit. This is... Dude, why would I put myself in harm's way when I can just sit in my fucking house and watch a big screen TV all night? You know, it's so stupid.
What do you think the seeming, like, I mean, it calls for a great retribution against Minneapolis and Minnesota. He's cutting government funding, cutting government loans to small...
It's because that little fucker Nick and all those other bitches come down here and lie. That's
I love
why.
this
was taken
dude.
care of fucking years ago. That
I
didn't
love
happen
this
right
fucking
now
guy.
because the goddamn Republican Party in Minnesota had that.
With his Minnesota accent. Let's fucking go. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. They fucked up the moment they made a Minnesotan swear this much in front of other people. Yeah, like this is like watching a Coen Brothers character go off. This fucking whips.
It's not true.
The state has a history of being maybe not blue, labor and like working class.
Right, exactly. Well, now though, there's more Fortune 500 companies, and it's there's a lot of really, really, really wealthy neighborhoods. I think one of the most wealthy neighborhoods in the whole country is Wayzata, right on Lake Minnetonka. Yeah.
So if you, I don't want to come back on this, but as you're holding.
Show my daughter. That's it.
So if you showed that to members, do you have members of the family in your family that are still thinking that like this is okay or that don't care?
Their daughter, and she lives in the northern suburbs where it's primarily red. So yeah, I just had a big fight with her today.
Do you think that if you showed her what they're shooting at people? I don't
think she'd care because she thinks they deserve it.
Jesus.
I don't think anybody deserves it. Nobody deserves this shit. So yeah, I can't be. Yeah, I'm not for this crap. There's my brother, actually, right there. He's always at protests.
Well, thank you so much. Do you mind sharing your name?
Well, what are you guys? What's that? Are you guys?
We're Status Coup. Yeah, we're Progressive News out of federal officers. We have state troopers on the ground.
Speaking to
protecting
at 10:15
the said officers
or CST. What is that? That's
from protesters.
Is that 20 minutes? Trent Ryan, this is live. This is all happening right now.
Get the fuck out of here!
Wait, what? Oh man, I always miss it when somebody gets banned. Damn. His last name is Tifa. His wife's name is Ann. Thank you very much, Nehemia, for another 5.
Go play video games, bitch.
Just
a bunch of failed COD players.
All right. God, look at that. All right, let's go. Jesus, what the fuck was that? Oh, that was.
Well, thank you so much. Do you mind sharing your?
Fireworks. Okay. More and more people are just going to keep coming out. There's so many protests all around here. The cats who are out at Rachel Good, like, they're all going to fucking come out here. God, I hope so. God, I hope so. Ignar Husky, people are protesting Minneapolis because ICE agents just shot more people. Is ICE just in a random neighborhood? Yeah. That's why people are so pissed off, because they go door to door in residential areas, literally going door to door with no accountability. Raised a winner for being Republican. Great.
We've moved down a block closer to where the shooting and incident at the house was. And now there's yet another standoff. Many cars behind there. It looks like firefighters or EMTs, or maybe not. Riot police. I just see reflective vests off in the distance.
My fucking brain is melted. Streamed 2 hours ago. Streamed 2 hours ago. All right, that's all. It's not a current speech. I'm waiting. Let me know. Word on the street is that there's going to be people. Blood Choke Bobby, thank you very much for following. Yeah, it seems like only one person was shot, and thankfully it seems like right
state
now
troopers,
there were no fatalities.
Minnesota state troopers are on the scene. They're in the green reflective vests, carrying very large batons and wearing
Our
gas
signals
masks.
asking for more people to come, both to ferry those who need to leave and fill in more support and bodies.
Reminder, this is just hours after the governor of the state decried the violence of federal officers. We have state troopers on the ground protecting the said officers from protesters.
Thank you for covering these hard topics. Thank you, Grinner. I appreciate y'all being here. The high vis or stadies, yeah. DHS said the pig and victim are both in the hospital. Yeah.
Go play video games, bitch. That's a bunch of failed COD players.
Okay, so we saw that part already. Wait, hold on. There's something's happening.
Sorry.
Yep.
They got stuck in ice.
It's gonna be colder this weekend. You ain't ready for that.
Just
no, it's
a woman pepper sprayed on the ground. She was knocked to the ground and then pepper sprayed.
Jesus Christ.
Because she. Yep.
Fucking coward!
Right behind you.
Get those fucking pieces of shit out of here!
MPD, do something!
We had a couple more people getting pepper sprayed.
Hey, look again! You want to see our ball? Part 3?
Hello, dog. Oh, hello, hello, Pepito. Hello, my puppy.
Fucking hell. Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day, rainy days. Take care of yourself. Take care of your mental health, everybody.
Get back up in this snow. Sorry.
Oh, man, people!
Sorry.
Yep.
They got stuck in ice.
Yep, I'm with you.
Because here's the thing.
Oh, careful.
People, there is a cycle with shit like this. Oh shit, Merritt, IVW, thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it so much. Oh, goodness gracious, thank you so much, Merritt. The thing with protests like this is that the people in power, usually when there is a link between, so for example, George Floyd also happened in Minneapolis. The people in power, there is a link between them and the police department so that they can confer, they can have liaisons, they can talk about shit, they can, placate the audience, they can placate their base, they can placate the voters. There will be protests, and they know that eventually people will, A, lose interest, B, it will die down, C, they'll be able to trot out somebody will take accountability, something will change, and then, shit can go back later. But they can do some kind of magic trick to feign accountability or to sell the idea that things will change. Eventually, they can de-escalate. They can bring the temperature down. That doesn't happen when you have a completely unaccountable government agency that is run from outside of the city. There is no de-escalation with people who are just being told to constantly fucking escalate. Nehemia, thank you very much for $10. This is an old Yiddish song, Deloi Police, Down with the Police. It's a real banger from the days of Imperial Russia. I would say it's named. Time for an update if there are any songwriters in chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, it took the third burning just to get one cop and 3 of his accomplices arrested. Exactly. Exactly.
I only got to have 2 mozzarella sticks.
Fix Arathome, thank you very much for following. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess with my computer. What the hell? What the hell we put? So again, I not to, because I do want to temper what I say in that Tim Walz is absolutely a liberal. Tim Walz is absolutely, playing by the rules of the system. I would fucking love it if he just activated the Minnesota National Guard. If you actually activated and gave orders to the people who are supposed to be defending your civilians. That is their express purpose. However, Tim Walz is in the absolutely unenviable and quite frankly impossible decision right now. Because if you do that, if you activate a civilian military force, not civilian, a American militarized force against another, of all the shit that the word unprecedented gets thrown around a lot. And yeah, I think it is that time. But you also have to consider, like, this is the kind of moment, this is like some Oppenheimer shit, where you look at the decision before you and the Pandora's box that is opened if you go ahead and make it. Especially when you are playing with people like Trump. People who are very serious. And if not Trump, then Miller and the sycophants surrounding him, Tom Homan and Hegseth and all these fucking dipshits who do not care about the rule of law, who will weaponize it against anybody, and who have repeatedly, the reason they continue floating ideas like, oh, well, we need to try these people for sedition, and we need to try these people, they're traitors, and they need to be tried for treason, and they need to face the full extent of treason. They are explicit threats that if you do take that step, if you try to step up to us, yeah, we're going to do that shit to you. They are goading. And it's so hard to tell right now if they're even smart enough to see it as their bluff being called or not. It is like I said, it's an impossible choice. That it is easy to sit back and make and be like, yes, this is clearly the right thing to do. But with that choice comes the possibility of everything else that fucking follows. People have been joking. People have been talking about civil war. And I don't, like, what does that even look like in a country like ours? What does that even look like in this day and age with the flow of information we have? And it becomes a horrifying possibility where we begin to find out the reality of what that looks like. I do not envy Tim Walz right now. Slapping me, it's supposed this part of the tactic of removing trans and queer people from the military. We're the ones with social empathy refuse a tyrant. That too, I think it is probably that, but it's probably more so the you know, the fascist image of strength and that kind of shit. Saria Og, National Guard would mop the floor with ice, but how confident are we that the National Guard wouldn't just attack civilians too? They've been used for that before. It is, we're probably not going to listen to that tonight, Awesome Stella. It is definitely a, sorry, let me really quick. Yeah, exactly. Improv name. Let's not pretend a civil war between a neoliberal military force and the modern day Gestapo would end well for anyone. Yeah. Yeah, no, he would call it literally an insurrection. Do you think of how strong film gotten and we're getting actual relief till we see action in other countries? I can't Fed post too much. I can't. I've said a lot tonight. I can't lay out a whole battle plan.
Just walk right back into the car.
Oh, somebody was asking about would the National Guard do it or would they fire on civilians? The National Guard, this is the one thing I've talked about from the beginning. I talked about this with like I've had multiple people in the National Guard reach out to me and, you know, give me information. I interviewed one of them anonymously for the video I did in LA. By and large, National Guard people are not in it. Nobody joined the National Guard before Trump. Nobody joined to quell riots. National Guard is not the line of work you go into if you want to shoot somebody. If you are a psychopath who is hoping to live life like a Call of Duty game. It is not the sociopath's first choice, because the National Guard is a lot of sitting around. It's a lot of fighting fires. It's a lot of ecological disasters. It's a lot of shit like that. That is what the National Guard does. I don't think they want to fucking shoot people, but I think if it comes down to it, like most people who join the National Guard, if they really sat with it and thought, they would try to do their best to defend civilians. Yeah, Iclonus, from the LA deployment, it seems like in-state National Guard are really anxious about it. Yeah, that's the problem, is that a lot of the National Guard people are like, this is straight up not what I fucking wanted. When there were people on the front lines in LA, National Guard troops crying because people were talking about what a fucking embarrassment they were. And they were yelling at their faces, your mother is ashamed of you. It's because they have to follow those orders being in the military. But that's not what they want to do. That's not who they are, I don't think. Oh shit, looks like something's popping off now. Or not. Oh wait, somebody.
Say yes.
Alright, let me. Yeah, they sign up for like building flood names and shit. Exactly. They work on like infrastructure projects, and when shit gets flooded and when hurricanes come out.
Come on, man. I got you.
Joking!
This way.
Yep, see it. There's a young man arrested. Watch out behind us.
Why?
Watch out for the ice as well. Let's get up on the sidewalk.
Canadian Goose, thank you for $10 Canadian. Hey, DD, sorry for the multiple posts in chat. Just want to ensure you know that the mayor and police chief are holding a press conference in a few minutes. I am aware. I don't know if I'll be able to make it. Yeah, let me...
Handcuffed.
Fuck you!
Being
Fucking Nazi!
walked away by multiple Border Patrol officers carrying pepper pellet guns, firearms.
We don't have any update on that yet.
What exactly did this guy do? Huh?
I'm only 14. How old are you guys? 14. 14? Yes. 14 and 15. 15?
What's your...
14,
He's 15?
LaShawn James and Trayshawn James. Okay. See, you can throw down all day.
But ICE doesn't arrest American citizens, right?
Young man.
15-year-old brothers.
Who is this person that keeps talking?
What?
What's what were they?
Trayshawn James of 14 and 15-year-old kids.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think they were the ones who threw the firecracker. I'm not sure yet. So,
I
but
wouldn't say anything that we're not sure.
we're not sure of anything yet. But we do know that they did just take a 14 and 15-year-old. So, fuck, I don't know.
Thank you.
Do you guys need granola bars?
Good, thank you so much.
I'm gonna fucking cry, dude. That's fucking beautiful. In the midst of all this, again, that's what you see on the protest front lines. That's the real shit. That is what real protesters look like. Somebody just asking people, hey, you're out here, you're helping other people, you are putting your body and life on the line. I spent $10. Do you want a granola bar?
In his temperament as he was speaking to the people of Minnesota tonight, but still urging them to be calm, exercise your First Amendment right, but don't provoke the federal agents because it will only lead to more violence and more agents coming into Minnesota. Randy?
All right, Tim, thank you. That is helpful, especially considering that the police chief and the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey will be taking to the mic, we're told, in approximately 6 minutes from now at 10:15 from City Hall.
The 15-year-old was... Oh, it's 15 minutes from now? I can't make it. I have to go. Already put out a statement. Go back on their coverage? All right. Ah.
Why are you just...
Cuffed.
Fuck you!
Being
Fucking Nazi!
walked away by multiple Border Patrol officers carrying pepper pellet guns, fire.
Ravenna 9969. You got something you want to say in the chat, buddy? What's the deal, dude?
What exactly did this guy do? Huh?
Make it quick. I'm wrapping up the stream soon, dog. 10:15 Central. That should be in like 3 minutes.
I'm only 14. I'm only 14. How old are you guys? 14. 14? Yes.
14? About what happened tonight. one can hope that it might be something more than his previous words, which he was adamantly against. He reported on Fox News earlier today, or during an interview, that he was strongly against abolishing ICE, the organization that has spent the last several weeks terrorizing his city, kidnapping his citizens and residents.
All right, minus 310.
A reminder, you're currently watching Status Coup in partnership with Midas Touch Network. You can support our work at...
All right, let me just go right to the top. The Fox stream? Okay.
Law enforcement fan.
They let the kids go. Okay, cool. Good. They don't want that fucking smoke right now. 3 hours? I don't know the... Oh, shit. What is the fucking... Oh, that from earlier today? Yeah. I know. We know about Tim Walz' speech from earlier today. Like, we know about that one. That was before the shooting. The Pascal Show stream. I do not know who that is.
How do you fucking sleep at night? Back up and leave.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you, though. Erebus, thank you very much for $5. Thank you for covering something so terrible. Vinder Hall has been very busy with Hightail.
Say crime scene
Xander Hall,
team
okay.
truck.
Vinder, is that Xander Hall?
On the scene here, I believe we are close to where the shooting and the raid on the home happened.
What line? What fucking line? Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Go fuck yourself! What yellow line?
Mayor's speech is starting now. Go.
What tape, bro? There's no tape.
You scared the hell out of me, dog.
The Border Patrol officers are trying to get the crowd to move back to tape, and there's tape that was broken on the ground by the officers previously.
All right, let me go to Zachary Butler. Thank you for $10. We kind of feel for the damn politicians who you can tell are pissed off, but they have to do their damnedest not to call ICE agents to get eaten live on Main Street. Yeah. Why do I always miss the fucking...
But there is no line that they're referring to.
Do we have... Where's the... 'cause I want the... Wall speed.
Wow, are you done? You cleaned up that fast? God damn, you're quick. Go home.
What stain remover do you guys use? Does it work on your hands?
All right, there you go. M Zombie, you're the goat. Thank you so much. Goats in chat for M Zombie.
Okay. All right, have we satisfied your order? Is this far back? Yes.
All right, waiting at 8:15. Okay, so we still have a couple minutes.
Assembling legally in front of you, obstructing absolutely
Captain
nothing.
Fungus, thank you.
Is that really clear?
That's how this administration works. You guys are free to leave if you want. Shut up.
It's cold here. There's no be here in January.
I can be right here. You in my face. You coming to me. You coming to me.
Get the fuck out! Get out!
You guys ever read this? I'll give it to you. It's the Constitution.
Constitution!
Do you know how to read?
Bro, you need a job application.
I got lots of copies.
Shot somebody's house
I got
up.
copies.
That's
You want a
John.
copy?
Something about that in there.
You're good? You have one? Do you read it?
Big trouble. You're in
Is
big
this
trouble.
in line with it?
Get out of here.
No comment. No comment whatsoever.
No, I haven't gotten a single word out of this one. Not even an order to tell us when he's going to start tear gassing. I haven't even gotten that much out of him.
That's tactical information.
Yeah, it's great.
One of us with our whistles. We're so scary. Oh my gosh, we're so scary.
Dirty ass monkey. Go home.
You guys gonna come see me at my house? You know who I am at this point. I've been all over town. You gonna come visit me? Anybody want to come over to my house? Will I see you tomorrow? Next day? He don't like you very much.
Fuck ICE!
He don't like you very much.
Fuck ICE! Wow! Fuck ICE!
You want this? You want it?
Fuck ICE!
Sir, do you want a copy of the Constitution?
Crime scene.
Sir, do you want a copy of the Constitution? Do you own one? Can you at least look at it? You swear to protect it. Can you at least look at it? Fuck you, dude. Oh, you looked at it. Hey, you looked at it. Might be the first fucking time ever.
Do they ever look you in the eyes? Because they never look me in the eyes.
Do we have nope? Press conference is still there. 4 minutes late. Okay, cool. Meredith Nevin, thank you for $5. DD, is there anything we can do for you and other content creators to make sure you're all well looked after? I mean, like outside of the obvious being money and donations, which I am so grateful to everybody who's donated. I'm doing okay right now. There are people, you know, Very Tall Bart is another content creator we've looked at who needs a lot of help right now. So there are so many things. But a lot of it comes down to struggling with money. And I know that is the problem for me. That is the problem for most other content creators I know who are in this kind of like middle space where I'm not making Hassan, I'm not making Destiny bucks, you know? I'm not rolling like that. I'm not moving like that. I would love to be. And in time, I hope I can be, and that would allow me to give back and do more for the community that has done so much for me. But no, simply being here, helping share stuff. Like the biggest thing is interaction and engagement, because the algorithm thrives on that, and that's kind of the lifeblood of everything. So just if you want to support somebody, let them know you appreciate their work. Let them know by liking, commenting, and engaging. Those are the big ones, I think. They're really just not fucking. Unclean, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. Come on, dog. Like, I realize it's a fraught situation, but you need fucking... Man. Unclean, thank you for 200 biddies. Damn, I appreciate it. No.
They're gonna leave.
You want them to leave? If we move the crowd to the sidewalk, they will leave. They need the space to move the van. They should have been lit. Them bitches should have been lit. Them bitches should have been lit.
Homeless Feline 6704. We heard the same thing. I do not believe right now we have no confirmation that a child has been shot. That was one of the first things that came out. from what we've been able to piece together, and granted, this is not 100% conclusive. This is just, we've been watching this for, gosh, how long have we been watching this? 2 hours now. From what we can gather, there was very likely a pregnant woman, a kid, and a man involved. The man got into a fight with ICE at some point. At some point, there was an altercation with multiple people, and they ran inside the house. The man was later arrested and was shot in the leg. That's all I can really say with any degree of like certainty. It doesn't sound like, and I genuinely feel like if there was a kid shot, I think that would be front of everybody's mind right now. So thankfully, it sounds like that's not the case. Centaur, thank you for gifting a membership to Erebus. Man, they really are taking their fucking time here. Holy shit. God damn, dude. Yeah, I'm homeless feline. I was when I first heard about what had happened, it sounded like the first thing anybody heard was a kid was shot, and I'm sure that made its way around the world before anybody fucking, could confirm. And it like I felt my heart drop into my fucking stomach. But thankfully it seems like that it is not still bad, but not a worst case scenario, because I don't want anybody else to fucking die. Nobody else is... Are you fucking kidding me? Nobody else is covering this right now? I can't even raid somebody. There's nobody to raid because nobody else is covering this shit right now. Fuck.
On some level, these guys have something in common. Like, there's some shred of humanity, right? Like, you have to think they think killing people is wrong on
Cinemarxism?
paper, right?
Alright, let me see if I can find them.
It's so weird, dude. Look at these guys.
Not much to look at.
I know, they're ugly. Yeah. Well, there's one of them. That one over there, I think, has really sad, beautiful eyes in a way.
That's funny. Alrighty, chat. Unfortunately, I have a previous engagement for the night, and I have also been sitting in this chair. Jesus Christ. We've almost been live 4.5 hours. I have been sitting in the chair for 10 hours today because I was editing for 6 before the stream. I'm tired of shit, dog. We will absolutely be covering this, whatever happens in the next couple days, and then whatever else we didn't get to on Friday. Stay tuned to the channel. Stay tuned to YouTube and all that stuff. Like I said, I have a video featuring American McGee, who I got the opportunity to interview. He's the wonderful person who gave me the Alice plushie back there. Legendary game developer. I have an interview with another game developer for a very queer-friendly game, and then, of course, I have the deep dive into the history of Destiny, the shithead streamer. And then so much other coverage and videos. So please like, subscribe, follow, do all the things. And thank you so much. Thank you very much. Really quick before we go, Homeless Feline for subbing. Nozo Mechanum. Thank you for Nozo Mechanum. 5169. Thank you for becoming a member. And Vomit Bitch Central. Vomit bitch entrail fuck. Thank you for $4.99. You're such an amazing, powerful influence, making the world a better place. Love to all immigrants. I am doing my best, and it is not just on me, but everybody who is listening to go forward and do the same. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm going to take us over to Cinemarxism, who looks like they are covering the same shit, so everybody can stay tuned. And oh, are you fucking kidding? Does he go live now? Get the fuck dog. All right, I guess I can Okay, hang on. Hold up a minute. Oh my god, dude. My eyes are fucking shot, man. Even though I've been wearing blue light glasses all day, my fucking I feel the All right, let me see. I'm kind of keeping tabs on Cinemarxism stream. 5 more minutes? I don't want 5 more minutes. I think I just heard a door open. Hey, there we go, you fuckhead. Come on now.
Tonight we're here to give an update on the ICE shooting that took place earlier tonight on the north side. This is the second in a week. The chief will be able to provide some details on the limited amount that we know thus far, and then I will provide some comments thereafter. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis Police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male. The adult male then retreated inside of the residence, where he remained inside and refused to come out.
Yeah, no shit.
Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence, and the individual was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing the evidence. There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts.
Oh, fuck
They have thrown
off.
fireworks
Are you
at police
kidding?
officers, and at multiple times, gas has been deployed. Police are
Whose
attempting
fucking
to
fault is the
disperse
gas?
this unlawful assembly at this time. I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately.
You scum
This is
sucking
already a
boot
very
licking
tense
fuck. Are
situation,
you
and we
fucking
do not
kidding?
need
Are you
this to
just
escalate
standing
any
by
further.
taking the shit?
I have faith that the investigators who are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to its logical conclusion.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward, to keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position? We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area. 3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city.
Technically.
Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos. This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path.
National Guard?
I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that city
all ups to get into
or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable.
Dog is really doing the
Obama.
Obama.
Your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful.
Taking the
Go
bait?
home.
What the fuck are you talking
We
about?
cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands of people throughout our city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully...
And what fucking good is it doing? What fucking good did it do Renee Good to be a peaceful fucking protester when they domed her in the goddamn head? You shit sack. You...
Call this place home. ICE can leave, and this massive deployment can come to an end. We have filed litigation to hopefully make it so, and at the same time, I'm deeply concerned that we don't have that kind of time. This is already the second shooting that we've had in a week.
You fucking
People
think?
are scared. The atmosphere is tense. But again, there is another option. We can stop going down this route together. We'll open it to any questions.
Fucking moron. Fucking dipshit moron asswipe. I can't fucking believe it. I can. It's very easy to believe. It's fucking liberals. Fucking cue the Luigi meme. Fucking liberals. Dude wants to do the Obama so bad right now. We have another way forward. We can simply go home. Not answer their violence with more violence. Let me be clear. Fuck that. Fuck you. Oh, I hate this shit. Another thing we're going to have to unfortunately get used to this probably this fucking year. Alrighty. Yeah, we're going to go over to Cinemarxism. They're watching stuff. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, everybody. I need to go get food because I haven't eaten today. Thank you to everybody who's donated, and make sure you follow along and do all